that's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it, one day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Gold watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called a ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you can have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Can't stop talking, you might say I'm fat, but I say I'm bulking. Shot in the leg. On God, I'll be flexing. I'll be flexing. I'll be flexing. On God, flexing, flexing. On God, I'll be flexing. I'll be flexing.
Now we can fly.
I'll be flexing.
Hello everyone and welcome to the playoffs of VCT EMEA kickoffs, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena here in Berlin, Germany. Today we will find out which two teams will be representing EMEA at Masters Madrid. I'm your host Yingsu and I've got Kakuka and Lothar back here with me. There was no way we were going to do a Spanish team potentially qualifying for Madrid without you, so welcome.
That's the only reason that I'm actually here, but no, I'm very excited, especially because of the stories that we have today. The two Titans versus these new rookies that we have, and anything can happen.
I'm incredibly excited for this day today because this is my favorite day. The qualifiers for a big event are the most exciting, have the most pressure, even bigger, in my eyes, than the grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, it could also be the day we get the two biggest upsets too, right? But of course, the two teams that win Game 1 and Game 2 will be heading to Masters Madrid. But let's take a look at some of the other regions, because Gen G and PaperX, Lothar, have the luxury of starting to do the anti-strat already, because they have already secured their spots.
Well, they do. Also, who will thought that PaperX is going to lose in the finals 1-3, right? I mean, sure, the expectations were for PaperX to go forward. People were expecting some other teams to also perform, but Gen G, I feel like they're like the new guard of the Pacific region. I'm very excited to see them perform.
Yeah, exactly. When was the last time that we saw DRX missing on an international event, you know, with everything
I
that's
can tell you that.
Iceland 2021, isn't it?
Yeah.
Iceland 2022. So it's been a very, very long time. Really excited for all the stories that we're bringing into Masters.
Yeah, it's the Alma Party debuff. Like, he leaves Gen G and then they win.
But
We'll see. But over at Americas, after our show today, of course, they're going to be having their qualifiers as well for Masters Madrid and Kukuka. Some big names out here. Who are you backing?
I mean, it's complicated because a Loud fan for a very long time, but I'm a bigger Potter fan, I feel like. So EG and Sentinels, I feel like they have to go back into the international stage. I think that everybody's, you know, backing them. But, you know, energy, the roster, everything's so strong. I don't know, anyone can make it.
I'm thinking Evil Geniuses because I would really love to see the core of the identity of that team to perform well.
You
which
want
is
the
basically... that's also another thing. Well, it has 100% win rate so far, right? So that's something. But I would like to see the coaching team of Evil Geniuses actually, just Porter, just proving that she's incredibly good at building lineups, right? And then the second one, I would go with Energy because I just would like to see this roster of superstars perform.
Yeah, I'm down for Potter. EG to Madrid. I'm sold. I'm sold. But today, obviously, going to be very, very serious. We have a lot of big games coming up. So let's play a big game of our own here, just to set the tone of the day. Kukuka, I know this is your favorite thing.
Yes, I love preparing this because, of course, we can use it as a little bit of a recap. And, of course, you from home can be playing with us. Take the D, fuse, or get the L. So it's very simple. We're going to be showing a clip. And you guys, and obviously you guys at home can play with us, are going to see, just because of the minimap after the spike has been planted, if the defending team is going to be getting the defuse or taking the L. Anything can happen. So please, can we get the first minimap? Okay.
When you combine this is deadlock.
Exactly. Okay, so this is the first one. This is Team Liquid versus Koi here on Icebox. Remember that Koi were running the harbor, everything. Okay, where's your money? Do they get the defuse? You see that, you know, Koi was actually struggling a lot getting the spike down, but this is one of the rounds where they actually managed to do it. Liquid's on the other side, though.
I think, wait, this is...
I actually cannot remember. This was a day where we were here for like 12 hours.
Yep.
So I'm going to say they get the defuse.
I'm going to say the same. I'm not exactly sure. I think this was the defuse from behind the wall or the edge of the corner.
I can't remember.
Let's roll the clip.
Yeah, are we right about this?
What happens? Because you have to remember that this was a very intense match, as we say. It was a very, very long day, and it's also the day that we broke our first record here. And even though the plant is very complicated and Koi start getting the first kills, they forget about the final boss, and that is Kiko. 1v4, I think he managed to go across. He gets the first one. Look, because Shadow's...
Oh, I remember this. I remember this.
Yeah.
This was really silly.
Not even shaking.
Yeah.
This was a silly one.
He tanks one. He knows that Shadow has to run.
But also, why did he get off?
Where he did get off here, I was like, he is gonna lose this because of it, you know? But then he wins the duel.
Hear me out, okay?
Perfect Valorant is boring.
Exactly. Perfect Valorant is boring. He was onto something on Icebox, so we're excited to get this one. I wonder, I know that Sleeky's watch partying from here, so I hope that you're getting it right, Sleeky. Let's look at the second clip. For now,
I'm ready.
1-1. Okay, so let's look at the minimap. This is BVL versus NAVI. Did I rewatch every game to get these clips? Yes, I did.
Wait, this is NAVI versus...
This is Bind, as you can see, because of the TPs.
I think
this is
I
BVL
remember
NAVI.
this.
You still remember?
I think they take the... I think this is where they util dump for like 5 days.
Okay.
Is this that clip?
I already can see Brimstone in the post-plant position. So this is like when he misses the molly.
Huh?
Yeah,
he misses the molly.
There was a Bind defuse where they just dumped like 8 mollies and they won. I think it's this one. I can't remember.
I'm almost so certain that it's this one because the aftershock comes from Lamps, I think.
Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who else? Okay. Let's roll the clip. And I am amazed that you guys have this big of memory. We were talking about Para maybe being a little bit too early on his ult, but everything falls into place as the round it keeps happening. He's going to be, as I said, the utility comes from the side of NAVI. He ults very fast and, as you say, utility dump time and time again.
Yeah, that's the one.
Trying their best.
Literally,
I
that's
remember
the
this. I
aftershock that
remember
one. Remember from Lamps. But then he misses the molly that lands on top of the cactuses on the map, from what I remember.
Exactly.
This takes me back. I miss BBL.
Oh, they will be back. They will be
miss
back.
them.
3rd of April. I think that's where we started the split.
Oh yeah,
So
this
it
is
was
the
very
thing where they just
exciting.
util dump like crazy, and then they all died in it,
Almost
right?
diffused, literally. Yeah. But
Yeah,
just
yeah,
because of
yeah.
this last kill. Yeah.
All right, we're pressed for
Okay.
time, so I
Okay.
think we just go straight. Intuition next one. Let's take
Okay,
minimap.
Intuition.
Just
All
tell
right,
us the teams.
Lotus. We love some Lotus. 5v5. Look at where the spike is going
Intuition.
to be planted.
I think they get the D.
Okay.
They get the D.
To just not
They get the D.
to have a chance of losing or winning between us. I'm
Okay,
just
yeah,
gonna be
Let's roll
honest.
the
do it.
clip. Are the defenders going to win or are they going to lose? This is Team Heretics versus Foot. A lot of
Oh
games
my god, this was so long ago. I feel like I don't even
been only
remember
a
where I
week.
was.
It was
It feels
8
like
days
we've been
ago,
here for
no?
the- Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's because we've had a lot of 3-game days. I
feel like
that
I've
it feels that
aged.
we've been here forever.
Yeah.
Krax is going to use his ultimate here. And we know how things work once you get that plant onto C. You can just go onto main and just spam for them. And that's probably what we see everyone from Heretics playing there. Seen it with his Yoru. And the decision that they're going to make here is start the fuse and then everybody is going to crossfire. They're just going to keep pushing. Yet
Yes!
is going to keep
Get the
using,
D, get
and
the
they
D.
actually get the D. So congratulations
I'm lucky.
to
I literally got
I
the
win
L.
today. I win today. I'll take it. I'll take it. But speaking of winning and losing, we do have 4 teams fighting it out today for a spot at Madrid, but also to become the best team in EMEA as well. Let's not forget that. But I wonder how they're going to do on the new patch. In case you guys haven't been informed of this, we have had a patch update recently, and we are officially in the IGL fragging meta. As you guys can see, there's been a massive buff to the IGLs in the league, up in ACS, up in ADR, and Kukuka up in KPR as well. We're living the dream.
I think it's amazing what we're seeing. I think Boo from last year to this year, now that he also has the brother buff, it's been amazing. Angel alive at the end of the round. It's something that we barely saw last year. And overall, I feel like, I love it, this meta.
I think Angel might be still loading to the client to update the patch because he still has very similar performance to the last
He has
year.
no PC.
Magnum had a little bit of a stumble with a 0-15 in one game, but other than that, he's actually performing very well. I'm incredibly proud to see Boaster put up numbers. Like, it was actually insane. We've only seen one Fnatic match, but he had so many multi-kills. He had clutches. It was some insane performances from Boaster here.
Yeah, I mean, I always said that my favorite meta is the Astra meta, but this actually might be my favorite meta. I love the fragging IGL meta because we're seeing it everywhere else in the world as well. Everybody seems to be on point, but for some of our teams, they need to be more than just on point because we have 2 huge titans of international events going up against 2 teams that have only ever been to lock-in. They were invited to go to that one.
It should be
Kukuka.
0.
Yeah, they've never been to a Masters, let's put it that way.
We're talking about the experience, right? And they
Yeah.
were there. I think that it's also not the experience that you gain within the tournament, but actually getting to crack all these teams, right? And of course, we know the Fnatic situation and them being literally everywhere. For Navi, I feel like even though they did make it to events last year, it was very, very quiet. But in terms of names, and especially just looking at what happened in 2023, for KC and Heretics,
it's huge.
It's
huge.
But I mean, it's like last year was worse than bad. It was like we were suffering from them because it really looked like it was not going to get better. And that's what we were all so excited for this year, but even more excited to see them in playoffs.
But there's also remember that the experience that we're talking about here, like both Fnatic and Navi have that experience because they have the same rosters. When it comes to Heretics and K-Corp, they do not have the same
And they've
roster.
won.
Yeah, but let's talk about Heretics because coming into this tournament, it does really feel like everybody was sleeping on them. Nobody had them making playoffs, let alone making it all the way to Madrid.
Yeah, and I think that people might have lost a little bit of the excitement of the new names and yada yada because we've talked so much about KC. They're the ones that have played by far the most in the tournament, and that's the reason why they made it out of play-ins. But for Heretics, after they signed Wood, I think everybody was very excited, but he cannot play until a split 1 because he's not old enough. And also, you know, Patadek is subbing in. Riens is playing from home. home. And I think that we need to remind people, this is the team that made it flawlessly out of their group.
This is the thing, people weren't so excited about this team coming in, but Lothar, they've given people a reason to be excited. In fact, I will be surprised if most people are not supporting Heretics today.
Look, the people might have already forgot about how they playing because they played over 70 days ago, but the team was exciting to watch. They had been playing with a sub, so the expectations were low, but yet they delivered. We have seen the rise of Miniboo and Boo together performing incredibly well. We have seen like an overall well-planned out team that would love to talk about how they have their preferences when it comes to defensive setups. They have good protocols, and there might be a problem with that because NAVI might counter them, but it's an exciting team to watch in general.
They don't have a big sample though, even if they want to counter that. As we're saying, it's pretty flawless. Only 4 maps to make it to this position, so anything can happen on the server today.
Yeah, and on the other side, it almost feels like NAVI may be the villains because they're standing in the way from everybody getting their wish of Miniboo and Heretics moving on to Madrid. But of course, Miniboo, the numbers are crazy in itself. But I do want to talk about NAVI. Do you guys see them as the villains coming into this? Because they're expected to go.
I mean, if they have to be on one of the sides just because of how wholesome the story for Team Heretics, and especially like Miniboo and how he's developing here, I think that they should be the villains. And not only that, NAVI was a team that made us, be really expectant of what they could do. Are they going to be able to be that FPX that won Copenhagen back in the day? Are they going to have all of us cheering for them again?
Yeah, and on the other side, of course, and Artis is back now, Lothar. We are having that rerun of FPX once again. So how much of his value are you seeing right now? Can he stop Miniboo today?
Well, first and foremost, I think single-handedly Artis makes them the villains, now, because of his character and the charisma that he delivers here. But Artis is, I would say, incredibly performing well, something that was a big question mark. And I feel like even though most of the teams are going forward with changes, with evolutions of the rosters, and NAVI is going back, they're circling back to their old option, they're getting their old teammate back into the team. We were not expecting them to perform that well, and yet it's just completely rejuvenated NAVI, I think.
Yeah, exactly. So today the task, of course, is very important for both of the teams, but I feel like the pressure is a bit more on the side of NAVI, because again, they're the ones that have to perform. They have to be the NAVI that we met. Heretics, everything will be a surprise, and of course, I think that, they would be super happy to go to Madrid with all the support and the home crowd buff that they would get there. But still, it will be a surprise. It will be, as you said, an upset.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I do have some expectations that I feel like Team Heretics can do this upset. Like, they deliver incredible numbers, and I think when your team has nothing to lose, and that's Team Heretics right now, they are very dangerous. They're like this, not really coordinated animal, but they are like this ferocious animal that cannot be tamed,
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. It's going to be a lot of nerves. I want to see the Miniboo that we've been seeing that we saw a week ago, just thriving and taking in every single part of the competition, living round by round and actually achieving their dream.
Oh, I can't wait to see this because it is one of EMEA's titans taking on the new kids on the block. This is for a spot for Masters Madrid. Give a warm welcome to Team Heretics and NAVI.
Welcome to VCT EMEA.
Bienvenidos a la VCT EMEA. Bienvenue au VCT EMEA.
VCT EMEA'ya hoş geldiniz.
It's time to bring the teams out onto the EMEA stage. A place in the finals up for grabs. Welcome to the stage, Team Heretics. Leading the charge, it's Miniboo. Reigns may not have made it, but he's still gonna make his mark. Boo leading the charge on the server and leading the team as well. Benji, Fishy, and Patatek rounding out the roster. And their opponents will be NAVI. This squad is looking to book their 6th consecutive international event with Sagetsu, Artis, Angel, Xiao, and Zipan. A battle for the EMEA title just around the corner. For now, they got to book their spot in Madrid. And of course, you can't complete the rosters without the coaching staff. Eric Dumbros and Neil Zinho rounding it out. That'll give us a fist bump and kick this match off.
NAVI, they have been such a mainstay at international tournaments, but today they might be the dream killers. They could be the one that stops Team Heretics from making it to Madrid. But here's the thing, if we throw some copium, hopium, however you want to call it in there, Heretics have been flawless getting here. But NAVI, they dropped a map for one map. They didn't look great, you know, against BBL on Bind. Is that at all a concern here before we take a look at the map, Vitos?
I think we need to think about the fact that they were testing out stuff, that they're getting out of the comfort zone, and that is something that we'd like to see. Heretics is going back and probably keeping that Ascent veto for now, and NAVI decides no Lotus, no fun, even though Heretics are so good at it. Sunset will be the first one.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I was hoping NAVI will not ban Lotus because...
I really wanted to see Lotus too.
I really wanted to see it because both Heretics and NAVI are actually very decent at them and have very different playstyles, so that would be an interesting clash, but not today. But we were gonna have Sunset, which is not played by a single of those teams, so we're in a full of surprises like Agent Select as well, and then we're gonna see Breeze, which we didn't see from Team Heretics, but we did see from NAVI, and NAVI with that Yoro on Artis was performing incredibly well. They had a flawless defense, by the way, on that map with almost 80% win rate, no, actually 80% win rate on defense. So it's exciting.
Yeah, this is interesting. They're playing mind games here, you know. This is for a spot at Madrid, and both teams are willing to just take this risk, have Sunset out there, picked into it. So what does this say? How you guys feel about this?
I think that first the Sunset...
Oh, we're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the Agent Select right here because we're right in and we're going to get a chamber.
That is, for me, this is a very, very nice indication of how they're going to play attack, because they would single duelist, very low on mobility. Actually, just the TP from the Omen, that's it. They're going to be standing playing defaults, very slow. I know Mitch and Tom are looking forward to that.
And probably we're not going to see the Lotus, but we're definitely going to see the Neon here and Minibo. And it's like night and day. We're talking about very stale, very, you know, probably focused on the lurks and the most low plays. And on the other side, we have our Heretics that is going to swamping utility, the KO, the Arrow, and of course Minibu with the walls and everything that you can do around the map. I think that they're going to surprise us.
The KO pushes, combining that with Paranoia and the oppressive stuns from Neon at the tempo might be hard for NAVI to get accustomed to if they never had the opportunity to play against this specific composition on this map. But one more thing I wanted to pay attention to for the viewers, pay close attention where is Artis playing. If he's playing on A side, on behind the track in the corner, this might be easily caught by the Paranoia as well.
We saw, for example, Koi were struggling a lot with those first deaths due to the operator, and I feel that Artis can be very successful at that. On the other side, if we get a Minibu that was as comfortable as he was last week, and he starts getting the kills and everything against them, I think that we're in for a very, very good treat.
Yeah, it must be the first map we've seen with no duelists right here in EMEA.
No, we have
No, we had CNED play Chamber also.
Oh, no, but they had a race too, didn't they? Did they run the race Chamber?
An Icebox.
Am I trolling? I feel
because
like...
he played it in 2 maps. I think that
maybe I troll. Maybe I troll.
Right,
but I mean, it's definitely, like we said, the risk taking, right? There's a really, really big day ahead of them today, so they need a good start. But it's time for us to get into game and give a very warm welcome to your casters for this one. It's Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much to our wonderful analyst desk led by Yinsu as we're ready to kick this matchup off. You can see the players on the stage, and the final hope for the Spanish in Madrid on the side of Heretics have a big task on their hand, Tom. 5 events in a row NAVI have been able to hit. Angel just doesn't miss. Maybe this time he does.
We'll have to wait and see. The hometown favorites may be trying to get things done, but it's already been one hell of a journey for them already. Also, something I want to highlight straight away, we have seen a lot of Rays on this map, and there isn't one on either team, so both going a little bit outside of the box. The Neon, the no duelist. I still don't want to say it. Chamber doesn't count. But it's definitely going to be interesting already. Straight away, a push down mid. That's going to be the plays out from Artis, is putting that pressure on his opponents very early on.
Yeah, we'll see that a lot as time is to come. An interesting battle later for Patatek, perhaps, as we've already seen the duel on the B site. As you can see, Team Heretics with a lot of control, and that's opened up the door for this later play by Patatek. He's making his way up. The door has been closed. He's just about missing his timing on getting around that, but he'll try to go for spawn. That means the players in B main need to hold on. The time now, much more valuable to them if they can delay Navi. And you can see they've got some stuff to work with already. A shock dart fired through to deter some spams as well, and a kill connected, but Patatek's been found. Their flankers down. Now most of the round relies on these spams, blindly firing through a smoke. Someone could be defusing, but there's no panic from Team Heretics. They feel like they've got this one under control. The kills are matching up. The tap again confirms that they're going for a classic out, but not in time. Miniboo's picked up a triple, and Team Heretics have picked up a pistol round.
Yeah, a solid start for them off of the bat, just getting in on the after plant. Retake didn't really have too much legs to it either. I will say as well, obviously, we are playing on the patch now that has the changes with Chamber. Not massive, but the main thing is going to be that cost. Like, having the ability to get more of those bullets in on the pistol round is one of the major things, and obviously the operator's slightly better, I guess.
Yeah, well,
a little bit. Shoots a bit faster. I'll be honest.
A tiny bit.
I was speaking with Lothar, and I was like, if teams, well, he said, if teams genuinely change because of the few changes that have been made, they probably shouldn't be playing Chamber in the first place.
You're right. Like, you know, how often have we seen a Chamber need that extra split second on the ult? And a tiny bit of a faster fire rate to save the day. Yeah, the impact is going to be 1 in a million, if even. Maybe less. But I don't know that it's worth picking up when you're only looking to play 26 rounds or so. For Team Heretics, round under the belt, investment is decent. We've seen this a million times. In fact, we see it from NAVI most often. 3 rifles and 2 pistols. Gives them a little bit of wiggle room. If they lose a player, maybe 2, they can still reinvest and the economy will be okay. On the side of NAVI, that becomes the name of the game. Doing the damage, taking those weapons out of their hands. It is just hard to do when there's 2 players without rifles who are willing to save those over. They need a lot of kills without the weaponry that really allows them to do that.
Like, just looking at this composition from NAVI, it feels like it has to be a pretty good defensive side. Either that or you're going to need Angel to be entering. Oh, wait.
7
he
shots?
Always entries.
He does. One of the big advantages, though, is the fact that he can afford so many of those headhunter bullets now. For Artis, 7 in the back pocket. He only needs 5 at the best of times.
Oh, he's hitting every shot.
We'll see if it's the worst of times for him. He's got some backup as well, some bodies to distract. Good chance for damage.
I think the main thing for them, though, is just going to be not having any sort of movement abilities to get them back in. The utility is going to have to be Sublime, and the stun to start with was pretty damn good. But even still, it's the same sort of afterplant for Heretics, just happy to sit back and wait for them to push.
No other choice needs to be made, but now you start to sweat a little bit. There's those 2 kills already in. Still a couple of shots left. The Headhunter's out of bullets, though, and Artis is out of time, taken down quite quickly, leaving Sugetsu. Okay, nice shot. Damage is done. 1 rifle has been lost. Can he make it 2? Can he pull them into the duel? Yes! They're trying to deny the defuse, and they've lost another! 19 HP in the difference. Sure, Navi didn't win the round, but realistically, we never really expected them to. Getting 4 kills, that's a lot more than Heretics ever should have let them away with.
Yeah, it's definitely messy, and I think even just the bait towards the end shows that maybe they're a little bit worried on the other side. I will say, though, Miniboo's 1 orb away from getting that overdrive, and it's one of those ultimates that it feels like it either does a lot or nothing. Like it's very little in terms of middle ground, but I do feel like he has been someone right at the top of the board in pretty much every single statistics. I was talking about it earlier. Him and his brother top almost every chart in some manner or another.
Yeah, it's actually unreal, especially for a debut from a player like Miniboo. We talk a lot about nerves and, oh, you can do it at tier 2. Doing it at this level is different. Well, he's been able to do it. Not this time, though. Shut down quickly. 2 brothers, and they're both out of the server. Zipan makes sure of that. 4 versus 3. A good fight from Navi in this round. Team Heretics have a lot to recover on, and even Patatek getting that kill. He's down to 11 HP. Benji, Fishy, and Rians are going to have to do a lot.
Yeah, we actually have in this server right now the number 1, 2, 3, and 4 in terms of ADR. So just raw damage alone, off the charts. Obviously, both these teams kind of skip their way through. by going 2-0 in their matches. So, I mean 2-0 overall. Obviously, a map lost by Na'Vi. Riens has managed to sneak his way quite far up. The flash solid to help him out as well. Padatek's position is known. The flash came from somewhere, and because of that, Sugetsu's going to be able to clear him. But even still, it's the same after plant again. A 2v2 scenario. Utility, shock darts available. A dart as well, just to give away positions. And on the other side of things, a singular snake bite.
It's not a lot to push them back. Fired into the corner as well. Didn't even fully clear the corner. That's got to be in the back of their mind. Could be someone there. Shock darts from Riens, but he's not going to use them. It's the reveal instead. Fired out soon. It's giving away his position, and you can see Sugetsu was trained in on that angle. Well done by Navi, and picked up the round. 1 on the board for that defensive side now.
Yeah, a decent bounce back, but still became a little bit dangerous, especially considering some of those opening battles seemed fairly favorable for them. Getting rid of a couple almost immediately. Trade's not bad, though, from Heretics, and again, I like some of the interplay. You still have to bear in mind that Riens is not here, Padatek's still a stand-in, but it does look like a team with a decent amount of synergy. For Na'Vi, financially in a good spot, but their opponents can still buy. That was a bonus. They played with a couple of weaker weapons in play, and now their overdrive is available if Miniboo finds a spot to use it.
Well, he's certainly speeding up, but the ultimate not popped just yet. Miniboo looking to fight alongside Padatek, who's already lost his life. Unfortunate timing as the swing came out. Artis found one player, and no one else ready on the trade. That's a quick pick and a fade back, obviously, because of his anchor.
And no flashes. That's probably the bigger issue. Like, how are you now going to get back into this position? Okay, you can have Miniboo just try and blitz his way through, which I imagine is the plan. He's going to take the space and try and do some damage there, but it still seems a little bit hesitant. I think Heretics, even though they've got a man disadvantage, are still expecting Na'Vi to be a little bit aggressive here.
Well, knowing the team, you're obviously going to have that expectation to play with. Sugetsu really feeding into it. He's right up against the Poison Orb, trying to take the fight. He's fallen back. He's now the focal point of this attack, but Artis is able to swing through, find heavy traffic, 2 quick kills, and then Zipan's on scene. Artis caught, changing weapon. As Riens finds his double, a plant, a Hunter's Fury to work with, but the paranoia wasn't used by Navi. Now it's blinded Riens, kept him trapped as he fights onto Angel. They know exactly where he is. They're seizing him in. He's low HP, trying to recover. He's got a little bit of time, a little bit of space, but he hasn't heard that TP close. He's not ready for a double swing. Not ready for Angel to hit the shot right away. Second found for Navi, now tying it up neck and neck. And the problem is, Tom, you know, you mentioned the last round, Heretics had kept over money. They had that little bit of reserve. Now that's all gone.
Yeah, I think you're also starting to see the dangers of what this defensive side is going to be. You're basically giving Artis a free opening duel of whether he's quicker at the shot than you are.
He is.
And he is. Most of the time, he's going to be. Oh, wow. Heretics actually rivaling the Footwatch party we saw last year as well. I didn't think anybody would get even close to that, but that's a hell of a lot of people ready to watch their team play. Obviously, that's sort of the mountain of pressure that's put on Heretics. So you talk about this team, expectations of getting top 4, I think people would have been happy with that. But now that they're 1 away, just a single match that decides everything, well, the Heretics fans are out in full force.
Well, that would be a lot of pressure regardless of the event, Tom, but considering the fact that it is in Madrid, of all places, for this squad, you can only imagine. There's no more Spanish players within the running, but there's still one Spanish organization, one chance for the home fans to have someone to cheer for on that opening day. An unfollower giveaway.
And he gained a lot of followers from that. So they're just angel things. Speak of the man, he shall appear. Got no utility yet left, so he might as well go pushing. Already a decent trade for the side of Heretics, but Miniboo is very low on HP. Stun does its job, but not really available to go in for the peak, and it leaves. Oh, they're actually going to peek into the aftershock. Sugetsu really wanting that kill. And while Artis using the... There you go. I knew you wanted to say it. Like, the first time, you know.
It's been a while. It's been a while. I'll tell you that. Yeah, Artis is having a lights-out game, 7-3 right now. Already burned up his ultimate in that previous round. Gave him that little bit of an eco boost. And I think for Heretics, have that lead slip out of their hands is expected. This is a round where they came in without a lot to play with. It was a scrappy fight, one with opportunities, but the utility ultimately just chopped them up a little bit too much. This is where they have a real fight, though, where they'll be able to get themselves back into it. Some ultis online, rifles in hand, and an early attempt to get aggressive. Xiao under a lot of threat. Miniboo took that one quick as can be. Blink and you miss it. But there's still 2 players from Navi here, ready to defend.
This is the value. You can already see Xiao. He never expected anybody to be there that fast. Now, big risks about it. And Angel goes wide and has support.
Rolling Thunder used up as well. The retake of space. The players aren't stunned up. Benji Fishy good to take the fight with Zipan down. That ult was burned very early, very aggressively. You can see the idea, but they must have thought they were further up elbow than they actually were. The side of Heretics happy to take that kill onto a charging Zipan. And Artis, well, he has somewhere to retreat to at least, so he's going to be posted up, and of course, he hits that shot, goes out for more. This man will not be deterred. The duel they had, I think they're going to be pretty upset to have let that one slip. And yeah, as predicted, they go for a pause. Team Heretics need to go back to the drawing board here because it started out well. Things have definitely slipped out of their hands.
Yeah, well, ever since the guns came into play, it seems like Navi have been pretty dominant, and they haven't really had much of a response to Artis' aggression. 10-3 at the top of the board. The mid control as well from Sagetsu has been pretty much spot on, and as you said, I feel like there were a couple of pieces of utility there from Navi that maybe didn't have the impact that they should have done, but they still managed to convert the round anyway. Like, it made absolutely no difference. And I'm wondering what will be the adaptation to sort of shut this man down. Because again, we talk about the individuals on the Heretic side. Miniboo has been sublime, and I think #1 has said in a lot of stats, but Boo's also been up there as well. Like, he has been unbelievable. I think he is the #1 rated player in the tournament so far. Currently 1-5. It's early days, but you kind of hope for their sake that he's going to get back into that form again.
Well, yeah, especially when you look at a team like Navi on the other side. This is a squad that will be coming in firing on all cylinders. Yeah. Artis is out for revenge. I don't even think they've done anything to him. He just likes taking people down, ruining their days.
You know, he was on that roster for a bit. Heretics?
How far back you want to go in history? You think he holds a grudge?
We are going back. He didn't do well on that team, so maybe he does.
I'll show you. Well, right now, Navi have been denied their early aggression. The pick hasn't come through as it has in the past. Something to work with for the side of Heretics, still having that extra man, and the ulti pop. Hunter's Fury caught one burst, and even hit Zipan as well, but no kills to come off the back. Good trade to start it out. Zipan's got one. He's out for free. He's swinging through with his teammates, and they're taking every fight they can. Navi going for a scrappy round, and one that's led them ahead. Only one player still standing. Patatek needs a revive, and Xiao and Angel will not let that happen. Rian's down to 7 HP, and there's nowhere to go. A minute on the clock, but 2 players right around that corner. He did well to at least isolate a 1v1 duel, but he didn't win it. And with 7 HP, I can't say I'm surprised. Out of the pause, no success is found.
Yeah, and the thing is that, like, Heretics had a really cool idea. So one of the things they do is basically just TP into a spot that they're already in, and you can already see the sheer doubt. Like, I'm pretty sure every single member of Navi, as they were running past spawn, checked if he was there. Yeah. Like, is he in spawn? Is he in spawn? Put a little bit of doubt in their mind, but it didn't seem to matter. Full rotation, gambled the majority of their players over onto this site, and the fast-paced push just didn't work out. And what I want to give credit to Navi for, which is no surprise, like, this is a team that's been around with a bit of a break for a very long time. The interplay from them so far has been perfect. Like, each time it's been tradable fights, especially when they've got into 2v1s or even 2v2s. They've been winning every single one of those battles.
One of the benefits of having your team together for so long is that you can start to focus on those things because you've already built everything else. You built your strategies, your comms, and how you like to play the map, who fills what roles.
Their comms, I think that changes every day.
Yeah, to be fair. Speaking about most teams, that's true. With Navi,
I think it's the other way around. They have such good synergy that then they can do whatever they want with the comms.
Whatever the hell we want to do. Yeah, but the protocols are one of the key things, like the identity of your team. And they've got that well and truly figured out at this stage. At least Angel does. I'm not sure anyone else gets to say. That's one hell of a peek from Angel. And it's all part of the plan, you know? Yeah. Peek in with utility, they'll panic, they'll peek you, and then Xiao will spray through the smoke. You know, if you didn't see this one coming from the very start of the round, then you just don't know Valorant. I'm sorry, but this is textbook play. Flawless. Andalusia flawless, to be precise.
Yeah, that was basically 0 damage done. And that's the other thing for Heretics thus far throughout this tournament. we are looking at a team that has been able to basically just go through without actually having any real problems. Like they 2-0'd KC, they 2-0'd Foot. That's the spot that they found themselves in to get through to this stage. So we don't know what will happen if they lose a map. And I know it sounds ridiculous because they've made it to top 4, but that's how the format has worked for them. So realistically, we're now looking to see, okay, can this team respond? Can they do it? Because they haven't really had to. And Na'Vi, well, we know they can. They've had too many times. They lost the first map of the tournament to BBL.
Yeah. I mean, it can be tough for this squad facing new challenges this late in the tournament with such high stakes. But that's what it's all about. Got to see those adaptations, and so far, Heretics have done well. In this round, already picking off Xiao. A big smoker removed, and with that controller out of play, it's Sagetsu that has a lot of, well, control on the map. He's gone for a Viper's Pit in B main, has a wall going across middle as well. This can block a lot of vision for Team Heretics if they weren't already past it. The idea being the other place it will send them is towards this angle, straight into Artis, who's just locking down A all by himself.
Yeah, that's the benefit of him being able to TP away. Still, decent trade, Miniboo again. Being able to keep things in their favor for now. Time starting to tick down, and, well, basically A main and B main are completely locked off without their knowledge. Now, the push through from Benji could reveal quite a bit, but instead they are going to end up pushing into this man, and he has been an utter menace thus far. Finally, Artis will be revealed. That will mean he has to fall back, and they're going to try and put the pressure on.
He's faking the full fallback, though. Look, he immediately goes forward. They were wise to it. Paranoia used. No free kill for Artis this time. Instead, the punish as he attempts to re-enter the angle. Miniboo was waiting. Zipbans walked in and done so much damage. He was close to taking Boo as well. The bullet just below the head, but he'll survive.
10 seconds.
Heretics with 2 players alive in a 2 versus 1. Sagetsu already used his Viper's Pit right off rip at the start of the round, so that's no longer in play. The wall already put down as well, and it's not really doing much for him. Blocking off one angle that he doesn't really need to be worried about, and coming through this smoke, that should be the end of it. Right into Boo. Team Heretics with another round found. They're closing the gap, but they've still only got half of what Navi are putting on the board. With 3 left to fight for in the half, it's anyone's game, but Navi certainly looking favored.
Yeah, I think this was definitely a showcase of how good Miniboo has been in this tournament. Like, the fact is, we've spoken about how good Artis is, but he just peeked into the angle and took him down. Like, that is how fast this guy is. And we saw him in the... I feel like he, like, doubles up, because he was in the Spanish League last year. He now joins this team as well. I feel like he's got to be a favorite for the fans.
He's done his time.
Yeah.
So to speak.
I can tell you someone who's not going to be a favorite for the fans. Got any more signs today?
I've got a few, and a few to recycle as well. Well, we'll see. We'll see how things go. Maybe they need some tweaks to them, some Photoshop. Navi already picking up the opening on a Miniboo, but the trade is instantaneous.
Same angle again.
They've got the control, they've got the space to work with. Door going to be closed, but it's to no effect. Team Heretics are all in. They've played for B main, and now they'll play back into it with 3 players going back, 1 staying close, and using the Shrouded Step to get out of there, avoiding the Nightfall that was on its way, the nightmare that could have taken them, consumed them. As Boo will look to cause some nightmares of his own. A smoke close, allowing the spam. The Rolling Thunder hard to connect on it, having to run through that smoke. Potential players unstunned, ready to fight. Benji Fishy was one. Spray is good. It's massive from Boo. Through his own smoke, he stopped the defuse and stopped Navi in their tracks. 4 rounds for Team Heretics. It ain't over yet.
Yeah, it genuinely seems like the B main after plant from them is just perfect. Like, they've got so much utility to just place onto the spike, and then just from that position, a firing squad. The only real blip was Xiao over the top, and everything else, even with the ultimates again, that's another round where we've seen Nightfall and the Rolling Thunder thrown in, and not really having the effect that Navi have wanted, which in those sort of retake scenarios should be better effective. Now again, financially, no real problems for Navi yet. You win 6 rounds in a row and relatively clean. You're going to have those finances available to you. But even still, as said, I'm looking at this composition, and other than basically Angel playing as a duelist, I do question where your sort of opening duels are going to come from. Is it just going to be these really slow, classic Navi defaulty rounds? Or is there going to be someone taking that initial aggression? Because that's why you play a Raze. That's why you play the Neon. It gets you that extra opening duel if you need it. They don't have anything.
I've seen a lot of words coming from the coaching staff to start, and Angel putting the final polish on it on the side of NAVI. Not happy with how things have gone, and I do think that's one of the things, it's funny to highlight Zipan. The guy is top fragging on their squad. He's having a good game. I do think those Rolling Thunders could be better utilized, but it's not a Zipan thing necessarily. No. It's when they're used and how the team responds to it. There is some polishing there, but that's something they're working on, as you can see with that pause. 2 rounds left to play for, and it could still be tied up at the half for Team Heretics. And we haven't seen these teams play this. We don't know how it's going to fare when we swap sides, but I think it's fair to say with Heretics having picked this, it's a good chance NAVI have put some stock in their defense.
Yeah. But to be honest, I think I was going to say realistically, this should be both teams' better side, but we'll have to wait and see. Not a great start. Again, it's just this aggression coming out from the defensive side, and well, with a little bit of help from a stun, that kill's almost too easy for Xiao. After a pause, I don't know if these were mass changes that were made by the side of NAVI. I guess they just wanted to deny them B main control, and Artis did that. And then Xiao just killed them the second they went mid.
Yeah, I don't know if the full intention is to bait them into the mid play. Artis, yeah, okay, for the barrel length, he swaps. And while the rate of fire didn't help him out all too much there, Boo dropping Artis right off rip. 4 versus 2. Team Heretics blinded up. Great shot from Xiao. He's repositioning too. He just needs to hold the control. He said his HP isn't ideal to take a duel, but he's got teammates coming in. They've got all the health in the world. There they are. Zipan swinging with Angel to close that round out. 7-4. 1 more round and a half.
Yeah, I actually, Boo nearly gets that kill while completely blind. Like, it's so ridiculously close. But this is, again, just the value coming out of Artis. Just taking half the map completely away from them. And you see the reaction from the side of Heretics is to try and put pressure in onto mid. Some decent supportive utility, but more importantly, just the Xiao show returns. Able to move himself up the board. And for NAVI, as said, 7 rounds. Already looking like a solid defensive side. I think the majority of teams have definitely had their favor on the attack. Or I think the only exception, at least from EMEA, is Carmichael.
They had their rougher share of things.
No, well, their defense was just insane. That's what it was. I think it was 8+ rounds every defense Carmichael have had on this.
Oh, I didn't even track that. Yeah. Okay. We'll be seeing them later up against Fnatic. That's that was a
see if they can keep it up.
That was yeah, exactly.
Or if Fnatic
that's going to be the real
the
test.
Do Fnatic continue to just ban the new map?
Maybe, maybe. I mean, up against KC, they've been a squad that upsets everybody. But well, I was surprised to see that the predictions are quite so off kilter, shall we say? KC fans know how to make their way to the Twitter polls. Let's say that the EMEA channel is flooded with them. I think it's like 70+% in favor of KC closing it out.
I respect it.
I don't know if our analyst desk will give them the same odds, but well, we'd all love to see them go all the way to Madrid.
35 seconds though. This has been a much slower round.
So nasty.
Ooh, no, Artis again. Always catching them off guard. They're going to use the space taken to try and get into the side, but Xiao for a 2nd round in a row. This is going to mow them down. And what can Rians do from this position? 20 seconds left. Spike on the site. 5 players to find. I wish you the best of luck, but I don't think anything's going to be coming from this one. Xiao even making his move in towards the spawn. He wants another frag, and well, the fact is, this round is already done. It's just about padding those stats.
And he's done exactly that. A 4th kill for Xiao. NAVI closing this one out with a pretty strong statement. They've given 2 rounds, kicking it off. The pistol loss in the follow-up, and that was half of what Heretics found. Artis is a menace. So his lurks have been so annoying to deal with. This guy is going to be playing slow pushes into your spawn, running it down on A, grabbing the op angle, and just holding that control. Control that should be utility and possibly 2 players holding it. Instead, it's 1 guy with a sniper who has an instant retreat after he takes a shot, and he has an insane hit rate on those shots as well, closing the half 13-7. Xiao did exactly the same. This is tough. When NAVI come out firing on all cylinders like this, there's almost no way to put them back, to quiet them down. Team Heretics now on their defense will have to slow this push from NAVI. And look, on the attack side, I think at least Artis will be a little bit less irritating. He won't be locking down the angles in quite the same way. He might find a new way to cause the hair loss.
It genuinely does, at least initially, look like it's going to be Angel leading the charge. And some of these fights, Xiao just goes running into the cage. Just sheer disrespect to what's on the defensive side. And in the meantime, Artis has just gone walking through. Now, I feel like this should be known, especially once the second player goes, but that doesn't necessarily mean they'll know that somebody could be as far forward as Artis is.
Planted.
It's a later rotation with Boo, everybody splitting up into their own angles. Mini Boo, though. He's crept by a PC utility. That spot was being watched by Angel incrementally. It's going to be a matter of timing as to whether he wins it out or not. And indeed, Mini Boo falls. So too does Rien. So Boo is alone. And having picked up Artis, they know where he is. Again, we'll see the same thing that plagued NAVI on their defensive side. It's this tight plant, a very narrow angle that you can defuse on. And they've got utility to reveal you, to spam you down. They know at this point he's probably not defusing. Now he's tapped it again. Stun comes through. Good luck to you. 49 HP already. And then Zipan steps in to close it out. There was almost no way, short of him running in and hitting the 2 quickest headshots you've ever seen. That's 9 rounds for NAVI, edging closer to the close of this map. And Tom, again, you know, I feel like this has happened in most of our series. This is the map pick of Heretics, and it's gotten off to a terrible start.
Yeah, I think just how good we saw NAVI on the defense. Artis catching them every time they would go for some of these pacier hits and just shutting down so much map control, and now losing the second pistol. Gives them 1 apiece, but they now need to try and find a response. They've gone for a few sheriffs, a little bit extra to try and play with for this round, but ultimately not a whole lot in comparison to the 3 rifles that are on the other side.
But we saw what damage can be done with these kind of weapons. In fact, NAVI had less to work with in terms of pistols bought. In terms of bullets bought, Artis did invest a little bit more, obviously, having his headhunter to work with.
He had a Guardian, basically.
Yeah, essentially. And he did some serious damage with it. Benji Fishy, though, he'll do it with a classic. That's his full kill on Angel. And he's back over now, picking up a Sheriff for the upgrade. Keeping the numbers even in a round like this is already impressive. It's forcing NAVI to group up and play this one together. It's already cost them a rifle with a clean kill from Mini Boo, and they know Benji is still around here. The only unknown quantity is Boo. But with Artis down, there's no trap to cover their back. Boo can creep his way on through. The only question is if NAVI are going to leave this open, if they're going to be checking it. Oh, I like it. I love it. The smoke. This is a clear sell from Heretics. They're telling NAVI, we're both in spawn. We're both in market. Just, we're not in main. Why would we smoke it off? I'm trying to block an angle for you. And that might just open the door for Boo. He's creeping his way through. It's being watched by Angel. It's a matter of timing. And it looks like he swung at just the wrong moment. Those players not quite in his vision, and when they are, Xiao is trained in on him. Unlucky. Really nice try, though.
Yeah, leaves it on to Benji. Sheriff in hand, but still so much to try and do, to try and turn back into their favor, and they're doubled up. He'd need to hit some crazy shots to get that one out of there, and it's going to be another triple kill for Xiao. He is coming to today, padding those stats. As they now hit double digits, this is looking bleak for the side of Heretics, and NAVI, they might just be speed running their way to Madrid.
Yeah, with their map pick up next, and it's not. I don't have a lot of faith in Breeze for Heretics, just because of how NAVI are already lights out on this and how they've played so far. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Breeze has been a pretty strong map for this squad.
Yeah, no, NAVI, they're 2-0, 13-7, 13-6, Liquid and BBL. And their defensive sides have been 7-1 and 9-3 with a Yoru comp.
Yeah, it's really tough to play against them. And you never know coming into this game. They might even have other ideas up their sleeve. This is the game where you'd pull them out. But with 10-4 in the lead, it doesn't look like there's much flair needed to the NAVI side right now. They are just winning this game outright. Every single avenue they approach, victory is at the other end. See if Heretics can put up that roadblock already, being forced out of position. NAVI are not being caught off guard, and they have the utility to constantly clear these angles and push Heretics onto the back foot. All the while, and someone like Sagetsu can grab that lurk kill that you know he's capable of. Now as they shift direction, it's going to be Artis that's trying to pick him off.
Yeah, Panatech knifed just a second ago, and it didn't reveal anything. And now that's actually where NAVI have just slowly maneuvered their way towards it means that he's basically alone. He has some support from the utility of his teammate. There is a cam available for Benji to potentially spot, but I don't know if he's going to be there to help soon enough to really do too much. And in the meantime, Ardis has been selling this ruse. Now Paditek has to go big on the site.
Benji's close, but what can he do with that util? Like you said, it's all on to Paditek to at least put up a good hold, buy them some time, get some kills. Benji spamming through, has picked up Xiao, and now the flash is going to go in. Here comes the peek on the back of it. Great play from Heretics. A crunch that's crushed Navi's momentum and left Ardis in a 1v5 that he has no business winning. Barely any seconds left on the clock and the time. What was that shot? That was precise, and it was quick. But it's not clean enough. He'd need 4 more of those in a second or so. 10-5 we go. Half of the rounds for Heretics again.
That's a man that's doing his aim training. That was so quick to just hit that final headshot. I love the setup though. The setup here is really cool because it basically involves Benji using his utility from outside of the site so that, like, if a stray bullet hits him, it wouldn't have mattered. Well, if he was on the site and it hits him, all of his util goes down. Instead, he's outside. Paditek's fighting with flashes, and he's putting up utility around him to keep him safe. Just a nice little idea. Also means he couldn't be hit by anything that could potentially deny that utility in general. Nice round from Heretics, but as you said, they need a lot more of those if they're going to be winning this map.
Cover going up.
Bring them down.
Well, Trap already dealt with some util to slow reveal as well. Benji wasn't spotted initially, and they can't deal with him. One by one, they fall on the side of Navi. And with market truly locked down, there's nowhere else to look. Benji's even trained in to find Ardis. Zipan alone. The same spot Ardis was in the last round rather. 1 versus 5, a rifle in his hands, an entire platoon of enemies to take down. They're posted up, ready to go.
Wonder where he is.
They're just going to wait for him to step out of main or step back into the waiting arms of Boo.
I like that. Boo's trying to get himself the kill. He's put the smoke down. He's like, yes, come back. In the other direction. 40 seconds. He can just wait it out. The fact is, for Zipan, saving the gun wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. Financially, his team aren't exactly in the greatest of spots going into the next round. Although, I don't know if Ardis will have tour de force available. It might give them something to play with. And he knows at this stage that if there's that many players and they're putting a smoke, there has to be someone behind him. Not going to be able to retreat onto the A site, but it is all about just holding onto that gun, having something remaining for the next round, and he wins the duel. Boo was literally waiting there for about a minute, but it doesn't matter. It looks like Zipan's going to be able to hold onto the gun.
Yes, patience didn't pay off there, I suppose. It's Zipan taking the knife out, that little bit of extra movement speed. It makes all the difference, I suppose. 10-6, 4 rounds between them. It doesn't seem like a lot, but Navi are so close to pushing this over the line. It has to be a near flawless set of rounds from Team Heretics to fight their way back through. And Navi, well, they'll at least experience some difficulties here, some weaknesses. Good to see Benji activated in a round like that as well. Hasn't had a bad game. We talk a lot about Mini Boo in this map. Benji's been matching his performance, and I think that's certainly something to write home about, that Sentinel being able to lock down control. The challenge will not be towards Benji this time. Instead, it's Mini Boo, and he's not losing this challenge! What? The damage is massive. Only 3 of those kills are for him, but that's 3 more than I'd give him credit for, swinging into the full force of Navi. They even suspect where Ardis is, smelling the blood in the water.
Mini Boo tried to spam the box to get the 4th kill. I love that. Paditek's like, I'll set up the flash, I'll peek, my kill. Mini Boo's like, if I hit the last bullet, maybe I'll just steal this one. But it is great round from there. I like the trap setups that they're having. Andaluthi are flawless as well. It's just cool ideas. Like, you could see that Navi on the other side didn't have a mass amount of weaponry to play with. I think it was just a hero rifle coming in for Ardis, but they had a little trap set up ready to shut them down. And that's the thing. When Heretics have got moving, when that momentum has been in their favor, this is where this team has truly obliterated a lot of their opponents. That's not the best start, though. Same thing attempted again. Mini Boo looking to try and take over the game, and Ardis silences him within seconds.
Well, this is it. When you've got a player that's winning rounds off the back of getting aggressive, you're likely to get aggressive with him. So they've certainly cast out their net and caught a fair amount of fish. A good haul for the side of Navi with a 5 versus 4 And Team Heretics not having a ton of ultimates to fall back on. At least a null command for Patatek, but as we can see, he's on the wrong side of the map. Some aggression taking place up towards A main, and even a third player on that side from Heretics. Meanwhile, the man that we've praised just a little bit earlier on, Benji Fishy, is having some trouble. You can see he's fallen back towards the spawn to try and cover that back angle, leaving his traps to play the site. The camera has been destroyed, and that's drawing some rotations. But Sagetsu's got himself into a perfect position for this. Both players with their backs turned, and Artis might be a little peeved to die like that, but his teammate got the trade nice and clean. And with that, there seems to be no way this falls awry. They haven't cleared Benji. They haven't even seen him, but they're watching for him. And they have found the kill just in time.
It's crispy aim all the way through, and well, after what was a really clean round in the last for Heretics, just moments later, NAVI bounced back with 4 players surviving. Again, I think it was just expecting a lot of what they were going to do, and then just a sneaky little play coming through the back for Sagetsu. Heretics going to take themselves a pause, a chance for the Brits to have a little bit of chat with the guys.
Well, you know, it's an old strategy to make that much noise when you're running at your opponents. A matter of honor sometimes. The only problem is it gives away the fact that you're there. Maybe the sheer tempo can cause them to be stunned, or the fault line as well. That could help out. But if it misses, that's where the trouble comes through. I love Rian's locks, you know, looking good these days.
I wonder if that was someone from production who did that, or one of his teammates. that's the question I have. Who's changed it? We'll never know. It was never know.
It was Casso with the big lemons.
But yeah, this is a huge moment for Heretics. They've started to gain some momentum, quickly shut down. Tour de Force available as well for Artis if they need it. And they have a couple of ults of their own. Potential to remove some utility and send Minibu in flying. But the question is, what is going to be the plan? Because as we've sort of witnessed, a lot of what you're going to get from that Neon on this defensive side is aggressive pushes with some cool utility combos. That's only going to work so many times. You have to try and catch Navi off guard. And they are very happy to play these slower pace rounds and try and sort of weave their way through the gaps in your defense. Because especially on a map like Sunset, there always seems to be somewhere with a gap.
You want to play? Let's play.
Well, you're not going to be canceling out the fun times happening on the other side of the map. Team Heretics seeing nothing on A. There is one player sitting outside of it, as per usual. Sagetsu left on the lurk, but the real danger in this round is the man with the big golden gun in hand. It's Artis, having popped his ult, and he'll be left to cause havoc. Now, we've seen this a number of rounds from Artis. Sitting around this position, he'll grab a pistol or something to shoot up towards where the camera usually is in the window, make some noise, and hope that somebody goes swinging into him. If they don't, well, the slow contact towards A usually works late in the round. I like how Navi have been playing this, because so far, it's not like Heretics have had an answer outside of their trap plays, their quick responses to map control being seized. Doesn't look like they've got one set up necessarily either. This is somewhere that Heretics are going to have to take individual duels, and I think the first might be Rien's. He's already walking down towards mid, and it looks like Heretics have the idea to crunch 2 players in market, 2 to top mid, postured on the angles, ready for a fight. Stun was good, ult is popped, Minibu's good for more, and he's out. He's bought himself some time.
Yeah, and that's decent as well. That gets rid of Angel. That's a lot of your information setups. Now, they do have a Rolling Thunder. I assume if you were ever going to use it, this would be it. Minibu able to quickly get into position. And now, well, with the null command, it's actually not going to be that ultimate available. That's going to be a big problem for NAVI. 15 seconds coming up on the clock for them to try and make their move, a fragment to delay them, a smoke in the way. If they are going to go for this, it has to be now, but they get the entry onto Minibu. Panatek holding strong, though, and that might just be enough. The spam has dropped that spike, leaving just 2 players remaining, and they can just hide out for the remainder of the round. Artis will take one with him. But the fact is, Heretics have managed to bounce back, and a lot of it is off the back of Patatek.
Well, 2 kills before the timer went out, and he cleaned house afterwards. 8-11. You know, when we were looking at a much wider gap between these teams, even just at 10-6, it felt like Navi might gain control of this and turn it into their favor. Now, though, we're seeing these responses from the side of Heretics. The mid-control idea was nice. 4 players looking to crunch. Navi threw a lot of utility back at them. They were throwing their smokes, using their stuns, and forcing them off angles, particularly in market. I don't think that went the way Heretics wanted off rip. Good stun, though. Oh, this is fantastic. Early aggression could get a lot of space for the side of Navi, but they've just forced them back instead. And I think what they're missing is Minibu, someone on a Neon to quickly seize that space after the stun and punish the kills. They don't have that, so not able to quite force those mistakes the same, and then they go walking into these angles. Minibu just doesn't miss.
Yeah, this is basically what I was saying in the first half. Is like, is it just going to be Angel basically just taking firefights? And it's like, I don't know, especially versus Minibu, you ain't going to be winning it. Now they rely on Artis doing the same thing, just walking up mid. It's where the holes really sort of lie within this attack side, is they just don't have a space taker on one by one. It's individual fights. And Heretics have won all of them.
And it was what you said starting it out, right? Because you were saying about the space taker, and the first point you made when we saw these compositions come through is the fact that Raze has been so popular, and you don't have that on either team. Now, we can understand why Heretics on the attack side are replacing Raze, how they're doing it, because Minibu is the space taker. He's the guy round the corner, quick as can be. We saw it especially towards elbow, like Xiao getting cut off in some of the rounds. And I want to believe, I really do. There's so many players, so little time. Spike down, but he's already picked up 2. Got a Rolling Thunder to work with as well. 2 flashes, but 20 seconds on the clock. He's got to run, and he's got to do it now. There's players watching the cross, and simply no way. I would call it here. 10 seconds on the clock. They will just run the clock down till he goes for the plant, take the swing together, or on their own, and finish it out. Nicely done. But yeah, back to that point, it's Navi. They don't have that solution, and I think in these rounds, in the last couple in particular, we're seeing how they struggle to not take the map control, but to actually take a kill, to punish any map control that was taken by Heretics.
I think also we've seen the last couple of rounds at least that Minibu has gone for positions where he can take a fight, but he can get out of there. And I think that's the main thing that I want to be focusing on, is the round where he ran down mid, that for me is too much, because that's in a position where there's no escape. Yeah. If you go down, you give them the advantage. Navi can trade very effectively. The composition doesn't really harper them too much there. The problem is if no one gives them that fight and you're just chilling, and then it's like, okay, Angel's gonna swing into Minibu. Who's winning that fight? Minibu.
A bold statement, Tom, but one that I struggle to disagree with. I do think that's some of the problem here. The old Angel space taking up against Minibu. Those opening duels have been convincingly in favor of Team Heretics. They're back on the board. They've got, what, 5 out of the last 6 rounds? If you're on the side of NAVI for the first time, you're starting to get worried. This could slip out of your hands. And like people have been saying, this matchup, it's favored to NAVI. They're definitely the favorites on paper. But it's not going to be the biggest surprise in the world. Our jaws will not be permanently stuck on the floor if Heretics do it, because the signs have been there.
Me 2 weeks ago.
100%. You even tell me Heretics are in this position 2 weeks ago, I'm sending you to get lobotomy. But this is where we are. This is reality. And I think Heretics have earned it every step of the way. That's the key thing. They have taken everybody's perceptions and changed it. Benji, move. Okay, all good, all good.
Oh, okay, this is a much faster pace looking.
Angel's out.
Angel is out with the spike on his own, but nobody has managed to stop him. Artis has been caught. Trade back for Benji. He just goes swinging. Keeps things even for now, and they may not even know. The Panific's still in this corner. They have absolutely no idea. Just the snake in the grass hiding. And they're doubling up to try and put the pressure on Sugetsu. Looking to try and trade things back. Rians will do just that. And now Artis. Oh!
And there's the close-up for the dub. Rians with a big play. 2 kills, closing out that round, shutting down Artis, embarrassing Artis on the wide swing, I'd say.
I don't know. I think Artis may have embarrassed himself.
Yeah. That's true. It was a little bit of...
No, I don't think that was intentional by his opponent.
Oh, yeah. Let's slow that one down. Let's get that one in the replay. 11-10, and we saw the Heretics fans on their feet in the cinema back home. Now, it's got to be getting loud in that cinema. I'll be surprised if you can hear gunshots go off when Heretics are taking fights, because they are looking so good. Picked it back to a 1-round gap, and the momentum is in their favor. Xiao's dead.
Okay.
Hello?
Somehow he's still alive. The thing is, the rest of the team are not even remotely close. Like, they are just making their way through elbow. Sugetsu has managed to find one, though, onto Minibu.
For a smoke. Just blind fire.
Okay, Angel's got another one. This is starting to get interesting. They've had to use the Hunter's Fury. There's chance for real damage here. A second player, low, almost connects onto Zipan. Spike in the way. but it is going to be the plant. Somehow this looks doable. Unlikely, but doable.
Well, we had two spams through the smoke, essentially the yin and yang trading each other out. But then the Hunter's Fury, it's pulled it back in favor. Zipan's so low, damage is done. Information is there to play with as well. Benji's just locked them in, put him in a box, and it's only Zipan left. 45 HP, 25 HP, and a Sheriff. A Dream, no, down, and he's got two! The collat, Benji's on it, right under his nose! Zipan has no idea! He's made the play of his life, but Benji shut him down anyways. 11-11, not even breaking a smirk as they equalize. Heretics are locked in to close out map 1.
Oh my god. Can we get, I think, about 5,000 new pairs of trousers to the Heretics watch party? Because everybody must have just clenched at the same time. Like, that is absurd. They just managed to collat headshot while on 25. Just utter filth. And well, yeah, Benji, balls of steel, just to stick that all the way. Like, I think everybody was terrified.
Can you imagine if he sticks that, gets swung, dies, it's all over Twitter, Reddit, he's gone. He's out of the scene. There's no coming back.
It would be probably the second most embarrassing thing after what he said about that Koi game.
Yeah, last year press conference, he still hasn't lived that down, but you know what? It might be egg on our face. We can't make fun of him anymore if he makes it all the way to Madrid.
Fair play.
I think already he's earned that respect back, but wow, 11-11. I didn't think we were getting here. Navi looked like they were running away with things, but impressive defensive side from Heretics so far.
7 of the last 8 rounds, I think.
Yes, yes.
We are seeing the holes in that Navi comp. Looking to try and build up in towards this B site once again. And look at the rotation already. You can see once the information is not had on the other side, once the aggressive pushes come through from Boo, they're already going to catch the artist is here, although that kind of sells a little bit of a ruse because he normally lurks. He's normally playing mid. He's normally hiding behind. Again, Nightfall going to be going through. Might have caught Benji, and it's not going to catch Padatek. So, yeah, no, they got absolutely... No, they just got Benji. That doesn't help them much at all.
No, it doesn't. I mean, I like the idea to at least wait it out. But for Heretics now, they've even popped in the null command, slowed down this push from Navi. No utility, like you said, Tom. No Viper's Pit to save the day. Navi need to do it with rifles, and they found Padatek. But a double man blitz coming in from Market any second now as the smoke fades. Benji on the first. He's been so good in these fights, and he needs to be better because Rienz is flawless. Out goes the paranoia. They tried to deny the defuse. The time is low, but it's done. It's being planted. It's being found. Zipan still putting up a fight. And with Benji down, the numbers are even, but Mini Boo so desperately low. Boo needs to make a big play. The brothers trying to clutch it out, but only one stands. Full HP on Boo, but he doesn't know there's a player right up beside him. Zipan shutting down the hopes of Team Heretics in regulation. Overtime. Now the last lifeline for the Spanish fans on map number 1.
It's just, but they haven't managed to streak rounds together other than the pistol in second. So, although the pressure now sits with Heretics, the fact is they've been good for it so far in the defensive side. I think the main thing that's going to come down is whether or not Navi have an idea and whether or not they may have a blunder. I think that's the only thing that can really stop them at this stage. 12-11. No problems in terms of having their utility available. The credits, very much in their hands. Miniboo again is going to go for this aggressive play. But just look at the positions currently being held by Navi. They are sat back waiting for the first sort of 10-15 seconds of the round because they know that this guy is coming to get him.
It's been so impressive, this defensive side. I think a big factor of it has been Benji Fishy for me. He's a player that a lot of people
Paddy's
talk
been
about.
Insane as well.
Paddy's been nuts, but I think Paddy played at top level before. Benji, I'd heard and I'd read these rumors. Oh, he's not ready for the top level yet. He's not there yet. Well, it certainly looks like it here, and no better team than Navi. As I said, 5 times in a row, this squad has been at international events. When they had artists, they were winning them, and now they're back with him. Team Heretics, a huge line in the sand, already drawn a great start. A tough start to the series, actually, and then they bounce back into it. 1 away with 45 seconds on the clock. This defense is going to be tested one more time, and it looks like Navi have their eyes set on B.
Yeah, they spotted Angel a while ago. 35 seconds on the clock as they do now look to make their move. Miniboo has rotated into position in order to try and support. Aftershock actually sent through just to destroy the trip, but Miniboo there, as said, They didn't have that expectation of him to just swing that. Now the cage is up, the smoke is up. Navi are going to have to go running straight through. This paranoia does help them a little bit, but it is a slaughter on the site, leaving just Sugetsu standing. 10 seconds left. Well, he'll take one for his troubles, but planting this should be impossible as he is lasered down through the pit, and Heretics have brought it to overtime.
Well, I'll give it to them. One of the questions we had about this Heretics roster coming into today, how do they handle it when times get tough? When they lose a map? Well, I'll tell you what, going to an overtime, it's almost as bad as losing the map. Stress here going to be higher than ever. One mistake, and this series you've just fought the last hour to win. The map, at least, it slips out of your hand.
That's the thing. I think there's pressure when losing a map, but there's also pressure being 10-4 down. That's the scenario they found themselves in literally 15 minutes ago. They have risen to the occasion. They have shown they could go toe-to-toe with a great within EMEA. Like the core of this team of what, Angel, Xiao, they've been around for a while, Zipan, going back to the very beginning of Valorant, they've been competing at the very top level. A lot of these players, you're talking about people just last year coming through the VCL system. In fact, well, other than Panitek, who, bear in mind, is not meant to be here.
Yep.
You're looking at players like Boo, who are the ones with the most experience. Someone we talk about on Oglu in the past. Like, this is a long, long way from there.
Yeah.
Top 4 already within EMEA, competing with a giant. The question is, can Goliath take them down?
Last time Panitek was seen on these screens within this studio, this very same space in Berlin, a long time ago in First Strike. And he found victory there. Now back on the same stage. Looks a little different.
This team's not even in our region anymore. That's
true.
how long ago that was.
They're out of here. But
to be fair, neither is the FPX.
True also.
We're talking about days when half the teams have left and gone to other regions.
We got the upgrades.
To be fair, one of them is Navi, the big boys.
What are you trying to say about Heretics?
They were there before. Like, they're not new. They were already here.
Nice flash, right off rip. I would expect Artists to be going back and, well, they threw a few more pieces of utility in just to make sure they know how unhinged this guy can be. Playing against it never easy. Remember, going back to that defensive side for Navi, it was opening pick after opening pick for Artists on this rifle. It's why you see so much committed from Heretics to push him out of those easy angles.
Heretics themselves have pumped the brakes, but there are 4 players now ready and waiting for Navi. They have left Sugetsu on the other side of the map. The thing is, though, Heretics at this stage look committed. They look like they're set on going in this direction. Maybe the expectation is that someone's going to come a looking, flash across. It's a bait to give Miniboo the space. But the fact is, Benji's gone down elsewhere. The advantage sitting with Navi.
Oh, wow. Chao's just peeked in. He saw them all, but Paranoia didn't catch Panitek. Able to respond quickly. Heretics still in with a chance until another kill is found by Angel, this time through the smoke. 3 versus 2. Another falling, though. That's Angel overcommitting. He was at no man's land taking a fight. They know where Zipan is. They've got him boxed in. Trails leading to him, but Panitek falls anyways as Navi come back from what looked like a little bit of a shaky situation in the end. 13-12. One more needed to put this to a close and move on to their own map pick.
I swear to God, every time they use either Rolling Thunder or Nightfall, somehow they almost lose the round. It's like, we're in a perfect position. I'll use my ultimate. Somehow that made things worse. But I guess it might just be them trying to make plays on the top of it. As you said, though, getting Navi to overtime, it might be considered an achievement, but for Heretics, they don't want to be left in the footnotes of history. They need to turn this one around. And, well, the success they had was mostly on this defense. The fact is, though, the initial aggression didn't spot anything. They are now looking to put that pressure in. Boo has been forced to fall back, but he is still around this angle. Paranoia in hand. Is he about to set up Mini Boo to go for a swing? It looks like it, and he's found the kill as well.
Oh, it would have been massive, but for that trade back out. Xiao maintains control and Navi maintain course. Looking for the A site. Plenty of players rotated in on the side of Heretics. This defensive side doesn't want to stand still and let Navi make the next move, though. They're getting aggressive, pushing into the angles and punishing every peek. Navi NAVI tried desperately to save Sagetsu from Minibu's grasp. Oh wow, they didn't think there were 2 more guns standing ready to take that fight. Only Angel left. 1v3 in this angle, 1v4 in the round, and well, 0 health remaining. That's a pretty clean conclusion. 13-13, another overtime awaits us.
And again, just impressed with the synergy that has somehow been built within this Heretics roster, even in a shaky climate. The support they had, the flashes, the stuns they used alongside it.
Pardon me, sir? Pardon me? I don't understand if they were calling narrate that, but a bit more shaggy, I suppose.
Wow, that's definitely my favorite coach mic so far.
Oh, that's going on the soundboard. Minibu already off to a poor start. Didn't take the advice to heart. He's out of the round. And we've got a 4 versus 5 for NAVI. 13-13. Defense has been good. Opening picks by Artis have been nasty. But they're going to avoid him for now, taking things elsewhere. But without that star entry, without that space taker, they're going to struggle to get into a site.
Say that. The drone will give things away. That's where Sagetsu will immediately switch his gaze towards that B site, put a snake bite down, smoke on it as well. It looks like they're just going to disrespect it. Maybe a hard read coming through. They've obviously got to destroy the trap that was set up by Artis, but it is just going to have to be a full retake. We already mentioned the post, but the fact that Xiao has already managed to find one, the close angle, he's not actually seen him, it doesn't matter. Benji wins the fight anyway. They should have the information either way.
Advantage sits with Navi, stays there. Main is there, sight seems to be to Rian's. Oh, he's hit the shot! Reset after the flash, but it's Angel to close the round. I was believing in that clutch. What a reset from him. But 14 will be ultimately in the hands of Navi. 1 more to push this across the line. And the worst thing is, you know, we talked about a team like Heretics. How will they manage a defeat? If they lose after such an extended map, those are the ones that sit with you, that sting the most.
But this is where Navi are going to take themselves a pause. Give a chance to the coaching staff, Doom Bros and Latex, to come up with something. Or even maybe just to let the youngsters stew in it a little bit. Leave them to try and think of what's going to come up next. How can they adapt to whatever Navi is going to be throwing at them? Because that's it. It's been a defensive-sided match so far. 8-4 on both sides. Defensive rounds across the board when it comes to what we've seen so far in overtime. Obviously, still early days just yet. Again, so many players that we can highlight, but there hasn't really been a weak link within either side. And at this stage of the game, this doesn't really matter anymore. It's all about getting those rounds.
Yeah, that's it. You can come into OT, not pop a single kill, but you're taking the space, you're playing your role. All the pieces of the puzzle need to fit together, and for Heretics now more than ever, this is their map pick. Breeze doesn't look fantastic. I think the favor more so towards Navi there. It is Navi's map pick as well. They've got the stats to work with. And for Heretics, I'd still be afraid of players like Minibu there, for sure. But we don't want to see them go in 1 map down. Not like this. Navi 14-13. The timer started ticking away. We're about to see the barriers go up for what could be one last time.
There. Bring them down.
Again, just this information setup. Minibu not shying away from the fight. Is he really going to keep going? You have to feel like he's just going to sit back. He has support from Big Bro to try and deny anything more. One way is going to go up again. Be a little while before they have another smoke available to them. And actually, Navi are going to try and play off the back of this. Stun is good. It's left onto Minibu, and it's just going to be the trades. Both teams coming out even. A little bit of extra damage done onto Angel. And Padatek instead has to fall back, leaving what it will be is just Benji over on the other side of the map. And it seems like that may have been the plan all along for Navi.
Definitely in one sense. I think the idea is for Artis to try to find that space and take the pick, right? Like, somebody's got to be peeking eventually, but Benji is steadfast. He is held. The camera just looking towards main, or market, pardon me, while B main is covered off by these traps. he doesn't need a peek. He sits in the corner and waits. But once he's spotted, that's where trouble comes in. We're going to see Angel move through and probably destroy this camera. That's when the utility comes through from the rest of NAVI. Calm down. Where does he go? Benji now knows there's enemies everywhere. Good first to start onto Artist. Reposition around onto the site. And Angel's even left the market angle, grouping up with his teammate. It's Zipan himself. 45 on Angel. It should be an easy fight. And with the headshot to Zipan, this round may just be tied up in a neat little bow. No need to peek for Benji. 12 seconds left. No plan for Angel just yet. Good shot to start. Plant going to be attempted. Going to be stuck all the way. Oh, but the nade stopped it. Despite one kill, he can't quite correct in time. 14 to 14, Tom. We're going again, round number 29.
I was scared for a second that that was going to be that push forward from him and just neither player would be ready for such an aggressive peak. But again, you mentioned him already. On this defensive side, Benji has been a menace that Navi have really struggled to deal with. Still trying to catch up to Minibirds, but a challenge throughout this match so far. Back to the attack. I feel like that is going to be the deciding factor. Who is the first to get that attack side round? Well, it's going to be that first attempt. Already stunned up, blinded, everything thrown at the side.
Benji.
Heretics, he's waited. Oh, he's giving it away.
Lucky that Artist gets out of there. If he sticks around for the fight, I don't know that Benji's chances are that good. But luckily, he's gone. A reset on the anchor. Time now bought for this squad of Heretics. The space retaken. They're forced back off A. It's not bad, really, to trade out the paranoia, considering Navi don't have the control. You know, if Artist was now pushed up on B main and had that position, as he did before Benji's little bit of a challenge, or if he was pushed up on A main, fair enough, you know, worthwhile trade. But now there's valuable utility missing from the side of Navi, utility that's had a lot of impact in late rounds.
Through. I think that was an attempt to destroy the trap, but it's failed. So they'll now know that this angle is still going to be covered. And more importantly, they're walking into that operator. That has been such a devastating thing throughout the game so far, especially on defense. Good utility to force back Artist, but he's not dealt with just yet. And it's looking like the retake. Now, every single round, Shao seems to be able to find a kill above these smokes. It's something that Heretics seem aware of as they'll now get back into their afterblow.
Viper Orb was up in market as well. Navi weren't able to keep the Viper Wall in play to block them out fully, but that's okay because they're recharging up those toxins for the retake. And Miniboo tried to get ahead of it, but Artist finally gets that opening duel late into the round. A fight hadn't come through, and so there's still lots of utility. Nade down, that's going to buy some more time. Navi want to fight forward, want to take control over main. TP through by Shao, has not worked. And a defuse, they're attempting it right now. It's a brave attempt with a body block as well, but they have found their mark. Doubled up on it. And the lead now for Team Heretics. For the first time, a chance to close out their map pick. And Tom, they get to do it on their defense. This could be it.
Yeah, I think just being able to get into these sites, and these B-side post plants have been sublime for the side of Heretics. It's not just a young squad blitzing their opponents with aim. They have ideas, they have plans, and they definitely have fans.
In the droves. That's fantastic to see the Heretics community showing up, and well, the roster certainly living up to the hype that they themselves have created, because when people saw this team list go out, there wasn't a lot of hype drummed up. No one said, oh, that's it. That's it. Madrid bound, baby.
Team for the future.
Exactly,
for the future.
Yeah. Maybe in a couple months, maybe a year with some roster changes, add in someone else. It could be great.
And definitely not with a stand-in. No one was sat there going, yeah, you know what? Patatek's going to come back and he's going to make it to Masters. That was not something that people had on the cards. It's still not done yet, though. They are a very long road. They haven't even taken that first map, but that is the goal. It's aggressive. A push forward. A react might have just started the beginning of the end, leaving just one man standing. Artist. He's been great so far in this game, but on the attack, there is little to be desired for this side of Navi. Spike recovered. Patatek, maybe a little bit overzealous, is going to give him a root, but already hit by that second pulse, leaving him on 70 HP, nowhere to go. Drone, he's going to try and push it. The spam actually tinks up re-ends, but even still, I think it might be too little too late. He needs to do a whole lot, and he does manage a couple, but it's re-ends. The man sat at home looking to send Navi home as Heretics, after a huge comeback, take map one.
Well, that was their map pick. It wasn't easy.
That was a bit close, wasn't it?
But they were 10-4 down at one point, Tom. This squad was looking down and out, and they managed to come all the way back.
For Minibu and 7 for Artist.
Well, he's been matching them pound for pound. Kills, first bloods, all the same. What is that? He's mastered all the elements, and now they've mastered Sunset. On to Breeze. We'll see if their wind is under control. Off to a break.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I, you and I.
We're getting closer and closer. Only one more game.
We are only one best of 3 away from the Masters.
Now is the real deal.
Let's go!
Oh, he's out. 40 HP still.
That was it's final things. They're gonna have some.
Just one more game.
Start that was for Team Heretics. I'm now joined by Hami from Team Liquid in the streaming booth. First of all, Hami, welcome back to the new venue. What do you think of the place and what did you think about that first map?
I think this venue is way better than the last one, especially for the watch parties. We have way more space, more monitors, so we can invite more friends. I think Riot did a good job with it, and I think the fans also like it.
Yeah. I absolutely love it as well. I can see what you mean by the space. Now, I want to talk about this match because you played against NAVI last year when you subbed in for Team Liquid, so you're familiar with this team in game. Hey, you did all right. I remember you did all right. So what's it like to play against NAVI? What are they like on the server?
It was actually pretty hard to play against them. We lost twice, 13-11.
It was close.
Yeah, it was very close. I think we could have beat them with a bit more practice. But overall, I think they're a great team and they have high potential.
High potential enough to maybe come back on Breeze and go to Madrid, you think?
Maybe, but I mean, Heretics has Benji Fishy.
Yeah, let's talk about Benji, because you know him way back, right, from the Fortnite days. So what's he like and how proud are you to see him out there?
It's actually pretty cool to see Benji Fishy. I know him from like 4 or 5 events in Fortnite. I saw him in San Diego. He actually destroyed me in San Diego, unlucky.
Sorry, I'm just brought up the 2 times that you lost once against Navi and against Benji as well. But where does your alliances lie? Are you rooting for Benji to go to Madrid? Are you rooting for Navi to go to Madrid?
I think I have to go with Benji Fishy, even though I like Navi.
Oh, any Benji fans out there? Are you agree with him? Okay, there's at least one. There's at least one. Thank you very much, Hami, for joining me. Have fun with your watch party, and let's see if Benji indeed can make it to Madrid.
Thank you very much, Jinsu. Harmi, it's a pleasure to have you back. Please feel welcome, and we need to jump into Breeze. Lothar, are you surprised at what you're seeing?
There's a small change. I mean, first and foremost, incredibly excited to see Euro on Euro action. That's my jam right here. Also, there's a small change in Team Heretics from the last composition that they played already with Wood and Reigns in the team. They played the Chamber. Now they go into Cypher, obviously, because Cypher is incredibly strong on this map. The B main trap is such a nuisance to deal with, but both teams have the Sovas to deal with that. Now, when it comes to Navido, their Yoru is, we have seen, it's incredibly like very defense-based for Navi because they play him essentially like an operator, agent to a very high degree with fast rotations, with the TPs, and they have a lot of set plays, again, with the Omen as well on the defense. Something that we didn't see like a lot of variation when it comes to the attack.
Okay, now Heretics is only 1 map away from making history and getting to Madrid. Now for Navi, it's been since 2022 that they didn't miss a single event. What is it going to be? Only Tom and Mitch know the answer.
What? I know the...
You know the answer, Tom. Go ahead.
Huh?
Share it with the class, my friend.
Map 3.
Oh, yes. I'd be inclined to agree. Based on what we saw so far, close map 1, Navi, good stats on this map, good form coming into it, but we talked about Heretics. If they lost that last map, a 16-14, a long map, maybe it would affect them. Maybe you take the wind out of their sails, but for Navi, they're now in that boat. I know they're capable of bouncing back, Tom, but see if they can control the wind on Breeze.
They're used to this. They always lose the first map.
Yep. Welcome to Navi. They did it against BBL, right?
Yeah, day 1 BBL, they get banged out and then win the next 2 maps, 13-6, I believe. So we'll see if that's the case. Benji leading the charge, already looking to get that plant down. Not the agent you'd normally be going for the plants on, but I guess it's more important for them just getting the round over the line. I'm also just looking at where Miniboo is. I assume he's got some way of getting there a little bit faster because this is ridiculous how long of a rotation he has. And he's actually going to end up fighting Sugetsu in mid. This is such a weird round and he wins the fight as well.
The gate crash was put out as you called it into question, Tom. It's being used successfully to pull him back over towards A main. And now he's going runabouts, walking his way up to middle. I mean, he's not afraid to run the clock down, that's for sure. Diffuse still not attempted as Team Heretics funnel out of the choke point, and Miniboo grabs the last kill. His flank finally coming to fruition. A good round for him. Honestly, it just looked like he was in a death match, is running around his playground.
So what I have just witnessed is a Cypher lead the charge into the site as a Yoru hard lurked on the other side of the map.
Yep. Questions?
And by the way, when I pointed out, he had not put the TP down. He put it down as I said it, which was when they had already had the plant down for what, like 5 seconds or something?
Roughly, yeah. Questions? Problems? It worked, Tom. They won, so what can you say?
Bit weird.
It is strange, and we'll see what on Navi's attack that they have a little bit of a different idea on how to use that Yoru. Luckily, Miniboo is able to get out of there on time because he was almost severely punished.
You see the trick, but you don't quite know how it worked. Like, just about got away from that one.
Where's that Angel? That was aggression inside A main.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, that was the one sort of, like, I think they played the map really well, but that was the one criticism I had. Now, in this round, it doesn't matter so much, but Angel playing that controller super aggressively, even one round dropping the spike out onto the side. Now, bear in mind, they had basically won the map at that point, but even still.
Yeah, and if you recall back in the day when he was doing these things, it was always the Brimstone that he would play, and for good reason. So I think realistically, you know, on that Brimmy, we interviewed him a ton of times. He would always say, you know, you just call down the smokes, throw your stim, and now you're a duelist who has got a Molotov. It makes sense. On Omen, though, refreshing utility. We saw, just think back to the last map, those one-ways that Boo was putting out, consistently allowing them to keep control. I think that's the element you're missing. But you gain something special with Angel, which is, even if your entry is dead, your entry is alive. Good chance for Zipan, but yeah, swinging through the wall, it was being watched, unlucky. 2 versus 5, and damage, still the name of the game, but, well, they're on hard difficulty with these weapons, and with Heretics having all the control, no need to peek, ranged angles, and numbers to play with.
Player standing.
That's how it should go. Oh, they've even guessed where Xiao is. Well done. Andalucia flawless in round number 2. And it's more of a golf clap round. You know, these are the ways that you should see these rounds go. You don't want to see Team Heretics losing too many players. You don't want to see sloppy plays or massive advantages cleaved out of a player hiding in a corner. This is just patience from that attacking side.
Gun here.
Well, after that flawless, it's perfect for the side of Heretics because now they get to buy back in with those rifles. So that's normally what we kind of expect to see, saving over a few weapons, but it means that this purchase is going to be a pretty hefty one. Oh, an early aggressive push, a bit of spam damage done. And Artist's already going to have to be rotating away here. Xiao is in a great position. Hasn't actually been checked, but eventually he will fall. I think maybe a little bit of a jump scare for Zagetsu. Instead, they're hightailing it back towards the B side.
Well, Angels just found that out the hard way. A quick kill onto him. The B side is lost. The TP's in for easy cross. Okay, well, it's easy cross if you just take the players down, I suppose. NAVI left in a 2 versus 4 and a chance to possibly fight their way back through. Have a chance at putting around on the board. They're not going for it, though, you know, because it was a chance. It was a risk. It was a gamble if they were to commit. Instead, they will save those weapons, both rifles, to be carried through to the next, as Team Heretics don't really seem to be hunting down. Great success already on this attack side. And we mentioned, like I said, long game on the first map. You lose that out, but if you're NAVI, you look at it through the lens of this was Heretics map pick. Now we're going onto a map where we're extremely comfortable. 3-0 down, that comfort starts to be removed a little bit, but there's still plenty of time. Let's not fear-monger just yet. For the side of NAVI, we know that they can put those rounds up when the rifles come out. This is a hiccup, a bump in the road. This road could get very bumpy very quickly if they let Heretics continue on this path. Miniboo 4-0, Rien's 3-0, 2 big players from the previous map. And to be honest, I can't really point to anyone that didn't show up. I think Boo didn't have the same sort of ACS as we've seen before. He wasn't as engaged. They won the map. I don't really care.
Yeah, exactly. Like I also feel like for an Omen sort of controller player, you can't really expect them to drop crazy kills unless maybe you're like Vanya over in Game Changers. She consistently does it, but other than that, unlikely. But a good start for Heretics. And as said, like a lot of what we've seen so far from the side of Na'Vi has been really impressive defensive sides of Breeze. For now, at least, that start for Heretics is a flyer. Mini-Boo already looking to put the pressure on. Of course, the way our playoffs work, there is no lower bracket. There is no second chances for Na'Vi. They lose this map. They are out. Heretics head their way over to Madrid.
I love the ideas early on. We've already seen a paranoia used up by Angel in the first couple seconds of the round. And this was the pressure that Mini-Boo put on inside of A main. They then delay, and you can see they had a recon as well as a flash set up from both Patatek with the flash and Rien's with the recon, but they decided to change direction, move towards the B site. Now this is all great, they've burnt utility. What they haven't done is seen this man sneak his way down into a frankly ridiculous position. Gate crash timer's gotta be running low, but he's made it. 1 kill and he's out of there, just like on his chamber, but a little bit more ludicrous of an angle. The spray down's good as well. Rien's is low, the flash and the TP from Mini-Boo gets him 1. He's gonna do so much more from this corner, and surrounded, nothing will be found. Navi with a quick response to Team Heretics. 3-1 we go.
And no surprise that, as always, it seems like Ardis is at the heart of a lot of these scenarios, just being able to put up numbers where maybe he shouldn't be able to, and just the initial space taken. Similar problems to what they had versus that chamber as well, although I don't know if you could be too upset about that one. Other than that, Xiao with a couple of good trades and a little bit of an early response. Now the ults are starting to come online. Mini-Boo is going to have that dimensional drift, the chance to really take space and look to combo a lot of what they have with it. He is using it immediately, straight in towards this site, already spotting out Angel. Trying to get the information on the rest of the players. Patatek has gone down though.
That decoy was well and truly spotted with the numbers on the attack thinning out. And the flash is already burned up for Mini-Boo. Someone needs to be the hero this squad desperately needs. Good flash, though. Or, well, lucky flash for Benji Fishy, I suppose, because it might have caught him, but it sent Angel backwards as well. Decoy on its way, not going to be given any respect. Benji Fishy bypasses it, takes a fight deeper. Now there's a gate crash coming. He's seen it. He's heard it. He knows where it is, and it's destroyed. Swinging out for a fight. He knows there's a player close, but Zipam will still land the shots first. In all the meantime, Mini-Boo has managed to jump up top, find himself an angle, harass them a little bit, cause problems for this side of the defense. And they're breaking through into a stacked up set of players, weapons drawn, aimed, ready. And the timer already ran fully down. Heretics have done an absolutely fantastic job of pushing and pulling this defensive squad on the way back through. They gave them no space for free and punished them every step of the way. 4-1. Let's see how Navi respond.
It's looking like for a second, maybe things would get a little bit shaky in the middle, but it's this man Mini-Boo again. He just causes havoc pretty much all the way through. Just being behind them, being back on mid, even lurking. It doesn't necessarily play to the norm of what I expect to see from a Yoru, but I'm definitely enjoying it. And, well, evidently on the other side of things, Na'Vi are not. They've had that one sort of blip round that they've managed to steal away from their opponents. And other than that, it has been all Heretics. A great start across the board. And, well, as we've already mentioned, this could quite easily be Navi's last map within the tournament, unless they manage to turn things around. Now, okay, financially not the best position, but again, Ardis has got that dimensional drift combination as well possible with the Hunter's Fury. We've seen how deadly that can be if they get it in the right place at the right time. On the other side of things, Null Command and a Hunter's Fury both one away. So even just playing the orbs in this early round could be enough.
It's dangerous when the ult economy is that close to tipping over for the side of Heretics. You know, obviously there's a risk associated with going for any of those orbs on that attack, but it's certainly a lot easier to get it done versus the defense. Now, we've seen from Navi aggressive A main control, particularly Angel, throwing out his paranoia whenever he hears players close. That's not where Heretics want to fight. Instead, we can see they are ready to blitz into this B site. There's no going back. They've got traps to cover aggressive pushes, but for the most part, this is going to be a commitment towards the B site. A possible mid-split. They're looking for it for now. But I like Navi's idea as well. The fact that they send these players down through middle to try to take this control, it could give them another spot.
Oh, no.
Well, not when they're caught with a smoke in hand. That's definitely going to hamper the progress.
They've already got the information on the other side as well. Zepan's going to try and pop this Hunter's Fury, but he's found absolutely nothing. And in the meantime, Miniboo has taken that space in towards the site. After plant, seemingly inevitable. And for the side of Navi at this stage, okay, you've got Artis with his ult. That might make things interesting. I was going to say there's a small chance of him using it, but now that Zepan's found a kill, it might just be worth the risk.
He's retrieved a weapon as well, the rifle in his back pocket. That's going to spawn him, spur him forward, I should say. Flash, 2 in hand, ready to pop around the back. Decoy thrown out, the steps are being made, flashes off the wall, and he's out. No, he's not. Another flash to play, and here he comes! Shorty in hand, one found, over to the rifle. But the players on Heretics are not giving up control. We've been on board with Artis while the rest of the team was thinned out and dealt with. Miniboo finding his third to close it. And 5 rounds now sit on the board. Navi have burned up a pause. This is their map pick. So even though Heretics get to decide what side they start on, and we could write home about this attack side, say, oh, it's the best attack we've ever seen. But Tom, if Navi had the choice, I think it's fair to say we might have seen them start on the defense anyways.
Yeah, with how they've been playing, it really, I feel like compositionally, it would kind of make sense for them to go attack. And it would also be a very Navi thing to just pick a less favored side anyway, but nonetheless, 5-1. And then the fact is they use one of their ults, the Dimensional Drift, because of how close that retake ended up coming, and they didn't really get much for it. Still 3 players survived. Financially, no problems for Heretics. They are just disrespecting a lot of their opponents. At least in terms of their map control, they've just walked right up mid. The same can be said for their pressure already put in towards that horse position. Utility taken away. That means the Artist's escape plan no longer exists, and neither does Xiao. It's a little bit labor, but Miniboo is anything but. Another kill for him. Benji goes down being aggressive, though. It's a 3v3 scenario, but the time now ticking in Heretics' favor.
If I'm not mistaken, Miniboo, just put out a gate crash there, is sitting 12 kills and 1 death. Not bad for a start. Let's see if we can double up those deaths. Well, he's coming close to doubling up the kills in just a matter of rounds. Ult already popped. Info for 1, info for 2. And now what more is there to do? Sagetsu's already very low on HP. A clean shot out of Patatek. And well, Sagetsu doesn't know where to look. Miniboo with a 4th kill of the round, Tom. He came into this 10 kills and 1 death. Now 14 and 1. This is genuinely outrageous behavior from this young gun.
I think the thing is, the 14 kills, impressive. But considering he's playing as like that entry and, well, I'll say about 80% of rounds.
That's the energy.
The fact he's only died once is truly ridiculous. Absolutely demolishing the side of Navi at the moment. And while still waiting to see what the response is, Angel's going to go for a hero rifle. We've always said that with these Eurocomps, sometimes things can become a little bit more expected, but the fact is, it's the pace. That's what's coming up for Heretics. Straight through they go already, leading the charge. Well, you guessed it, it's Miniboo once again up close, just doing so much damage, even a headshot onto Artis through the wall. Okay, his teammate's utility definitely helped a bit, but you still got to land it.
Yeah, it's just the fact that he looks so calm when he goes into a site. Every corner cleared, every fight he needs to win, he wins. Even fights he doesn't need to win, he wins. Miniboo is one of the most impressive talents we've seen debuting at this level. That's the crazy thing about it. For all the jitters and nerves that must be there, I don't know if having your brother on the other side helps out. I don't know what his secret is. But teams need to study this guy. 23 HP on Angel. Zipan's got nothing to do. And it's Miniboo. A 3rd kill. You can actually count the rounds he doesn't get a multi-kill on one hand. Just how do you
I feel like at this
guy?
point it might be 0.
It's 17 and 1, Tom. Of course it's 0. He's just unreal.
He might have had a round. Well, he's had some rounds of 3 or 4, so he must have had a round with 1.
Wow, 1 round? Kick him. Get him out. Put Weber back in.
Tommy, you're the fucking insane.
Well, I don't think those were the coach mics, but
No. What you don't know is Weber is an excellent ventriloquist.
Great at accents, I gotta say. He's doing a fantastic job masking that UK accent from earlier.
He's a man of many talents.
Another
I'll put
talent
it
to
that
be
way.
studied. I'll tell you that. Wow. Send him to Hollywood. 7-1. I might as well make movies about Miniboo at this stage. I want to see more from this guy, and we've got many more rounds
called
coming.
Rambo.
With the abilities of the Predator as well. He's teleporting around. He's invisible at times. Even create clones of himself. 2 Miniboos on one server. No. Does that just make a boo?
Maybe. I don't know how many boos you have to divide to get a mini boo, but at the moment it's looking like a mini boo might be an ironic name, and he's actually much bigger because there's frags on the server. We were saying it's between them at the moment, 1 and 2. I can tell you who's number 1 now, and I don't need to look at the stats. 45 seconds on the clock. Already the information being found. Artis is gone. His impact was paramount in the last 2 times they played this map. He has been silenced. A peek through is expected, but Angel, what? Win the first, and I don't even know how he's seen that second. Looking to try and take the game into his own hands with support from Xiao. Leaving things possible, but now Rien steps up. Turns out Miniboo might have just been stealing his frags all along, because now he's on for the ace.
Xiao, if he can get close, that pick could go up, but it's a little late in the game to be worrying about that, especially with Xiao down. Sagetsu, 1 more to put it across the line to double Navi's round count. It has been a really tough game for this defensive side. It's not getting any easier. I thought Patatek had the kill. His trigger discipline, it got the better of him. The Sagetsu's got it in the end. A second round for Navi, a lifeline extended their way, but they need many more. 7-5, the best score possible at the half. Well, they're a long way from it.
Yeah, it's still a very real possibility of a resurgence. Both halves 8-4 in the last map.
30 seconds
So
left.
it's definitely not over. And I don't think NAVI are a team to give up in any of these sort of scenarios. You don't have a man at Angel at the helm and never be in a position where you could lose the match. The fact is, though, I do think NAVI fans are going to be nervous. The other question is, can Miniboo keep this up? Because he's 17-2 right now. If he goes amiss, maybe this game turns.
Well, that's it. I mean, I think it's fair to say most of their rounds have been found through his hands, through his plays. There's ridiculous success rate in finding control over these sites. They don't attempt to do it yet again, and the opening is Rien.
Standing. They've given up mid, and he's just stood in one of the only angles he's open to everything with a smoke in hand. And now, well, they could just swarm onto the site. There's too many people to even aim at. Rien's has now come up with a triple, but Navi look lost.
I'm truly lost as to the game plan there. It's I want to say a small gap, but it's a pretty big gap to leave wide open. Even saving this weapon seems next to impossible. And there you go, Benji puts that final nail into the coffin for Navi. We talked about a chance with that previous round, a way back in, and they lose it to that, to just contacting up mid. And as well as that, add to it, they put the poison orb up. It's not like this was just dry contact, no util. You're hearing that, you're seeing it with any mid control. With even a glance from Angel to the right, he'll see a poison orb and think, okay, we haven't got control there. But just that blindside.
They have done this multiple times. Like, it's not like they've been completely avoiding mid the entirety of the game, and then they've just gone, oh, that's a surprise. Like, this is something they've been doing throughout. We've even seen spam being put through the cage on mid or the orb on mid or whatever it is to do damage to those players. So the fact that Angel just seemed to be in complete no man's land, it is definitely a worry. And I think a good time for Navi to take a pause. Because as I said, we've seen 8-4 already within this series for both halves of the first map. It's not a death sentence. But if they play like that, maybe it is.
And I think you have to look to the fact that Heretics are making Navi uncomfortable, that you see those mistakes come through. Those aren't mistakes that are in existence in Navi's defaults, right? That's not one of the plays they've practiced on a server. Yeah, guys, just leave mid open, honestly. 30 seconds, they barely even get up it. That is somewhere that they're trying to make the adaptations to play a little bit out of their comfort zone, a little bit out of their shell, trying new setups, and ultimately that leads to gaps. And you don't do those things unless you're on the back foot. 8-2 down, or 7-2 as it was. It's where you want to try something different, but that hasn't worked out. NAVI now left with nothing, just a few pistols. As Heretics, their economy is sitting pretty, ultis are coming online, and we're in the home stretch of this half. 2 rounds left to compete for. Double digits still possible for Heretics before they even touch the defensive side.
Haven't sent much in towards the B site. It's mostly been this A site takes, leading the charge. No surprise. Minibu already taking the space. There's a quick flank coming through. Now Angel is going to be able to bypass this trip, but it would leave his teammate out to dry. He's hoping that maybe someone gives him an angle. Never mind. That's the ultimate bait. You just walk straight into it. That's how you fool your opponents. Artist instead. He's looking to try and get his teammates information, but the fact is they're losing every single battle, and he might just have to try and get out of there. Left alone, he's going to get absolutely nothing done. Angel is the only one to find the kill, make it a second, but his position is just not one where he could get any real value. It would have to be massive mistakes, and well, flashes, fragments, util being expended. A bit of an overpace in the end, but the time had already ticked far too gone. 9-2, Heretics making this one look easy. And well, at this point I almost feel like NAVI are relying on curses if they're going to make it to Madrid.
It's not over yet. They're still alive, but they're barely breathing. This side of NAVI on the defense has fallen to pieces. I don't know what I can realistically expect to change in this last round. 9-3. The building blocks will barely be forming the foundations. At least they have that Viper's Pit to play with. It will be activated just in time. At least locks down one angle for this squad. Again, Danger's being Minibu, capable of bypassing it, capable also of popping his ultimate, the human recon dart, to reveal them. Rian's one away from finding himself the ultimate himself. The Hunter's Fury combined with Minibu, well, that could certainly cause a headache for Shao.
My ult is ready.
I think that's what they're going to do. Oh, they're stepping back.
Maybe wanting to wait a second. Artists, they have definitely seen that. Well, they're actually just going to destroy it, not try and play with it at all. Clearly having their own plans in mind. And to be honest, they don't need to rely on getting an entry kill on something like that. They've been fantastic at breaking their opponents apart. Viper's Pit's locking down an angle, but they are very much waiting around it. And the fact is, support is a minimum. The one thing that could get in their way is Zipan with that Hunter's Fury. But this bait has worked perfectly. Shoulder fake, move players away. They're hunting for where Shao is going to be, removing him from that pit completely. Already they've spotted out Zipan as well. He's getting picked up by utilities, being pushed by Minibu. It is sublime from the side of Heretics. They have thought of everything, even leaving Panatek behind to catch one on the rotate.
And then the Viper's Pit comes on as well. I mean, this is a textbook round for Team Heretics. The way they pulled the map, the lurk they left, the ultimate, the taking the orb into faking A, putting their Viper wall there, flashing out, and then catching these players completely unaware on the A side. There was no way that that was going to work out. 10 rounds for the side of Team Heretics. A roster that coming into VCT had the respect of almost no one. Expectations couldn't go any lower. Bottom of most tier lists, and here they are, showing that they might not only be able to go pound for pound, toe-to-toe with some of the best teams in the world. Remember, NAVI, with or without Artists, take your pick. 5 international events in a row. And now Heretics debuting with some young talent. One of them not even being able to make it here in person, and they are close to going all the way. In fact, it's unlikely NAVI get anywhere close to a comeback.
I think you have to look at it this way. A team like Foot, I would say, took one gamble on a youngster. It's arguable that Heretics, well, made 4 gambles. They made a gamble bringing Panatek back in. They made a gamble after last year with Boo. Everything could be seen as a risk, and, well, it looks like they've hit green. Everything on point, but NAVI are never out. It may seem that way at this point. They've started off the pistol with an opening onto Minibu. This is where this composition could be a little bit more difficult. They've proven it in the last map that they can still thrive, with the likes of Benji really stepping up from that defensive side. But for now, at least, they sit at a disadvantage.
There's only a minute left on the clock, and there's no control to the side of NAVI towards this A side. It's being fully pushed up by Heretics. The defense is going well to start with. Patatek on one, and an awkward fight. Boo is traded eventually, and that removes most of the utility that they're worried about on their way through the site. Easy plant found, and well, that flank that came through earlier on, the push through halls, it's at least found one. I actually thought Benji was going to be spotted. Zipbound was going back to check it, but a well-won fight and a chance now for this squad of Heretics. This pistol round, I mean, it would surely seal the fate of NAVI. Heretics would be just steps away. 3 rounds from Madrid already. But NAVI still have Xiao and Sagetsu. Sagetsu, though, might be caught off guard. Never mind. The fight taken first. Rienz is spotted and almost traded out. He didn't even get the first kill. Benji now surely doesn't stand a chance. The time too low with 2 players left. And a quick shot from Sagetsu seals it. NAVI, they're not out of it, but they're certainly far behind.
Yeah, I think for the most part, they're going to have a huge step up across the board. And I almost feel like on the other side of things, Heretics would have to just start feeling that pressure now. They didn't feel it when they were 10-4 down on the last map. They didn't feel it after they won the first map coming into map 2. But maybe somehow if it just came out of the blue, that might help out Na'Vi a little bit, but I wouldn't be holding my breath if I was a Na'Vi fan right now. Still though, this round is not going to have much. In fact, it's not going to have anything. Just classics across the board for Heretics, just saving their money. They've got such a huge advantage here. I don't mind it at all.
The idea to stack up a wise one. Numbers advantage on A for Heretics. Numbers advantage on B for NAVI. Because they've chosen the right side, at least for now. Mid push, blitz into B, bypass the main choke point, the main utility, which is where a lot of the problems can be, right? Players tucked in on B with shorties, stuff like that. Well, this route up through mid and into the site, you completely avoid all of those close range angles. You're never really expecting someone to be at the wall taking a fight with a shorty or anything like that. And the wall gives them so much control, decoy baiting in. Benji's done well to hide for now. Good kill! What? 2 for Benji! Miniboo's got another! The nade's forced him back! And it's actually killed Angel! Sagetsu's last alive, and I cannot believe what I'm witnessing! They did nothing! They didn't invest! They thought they were playing for the next round, and instead, they've only got 1 kill between them.
They can just
hide.
hide.
And an 11-3, 18 seconds, rifle for Benji. No need to peek. No need to give Sagetsu a chance. And with 45 HP, he barely stands a chance on his way in. 8 seconds.
There's no time.
Picked up a rifle, 1 kill, close, but Benji, too good from this position. He had a classic, and he killed 3 of them. For NAVI, if you weren't feeling the pressure, if you weren't feeling out, you will now. That is ridiculous.
It's such a nasty setup. They just put Boo's screen down so that they run through it, they take some damage, and he can just right-click both of them. It's a setup that relies almost purely around them doing exactly what they did. Well,
what do we discuss, Tom? What do we discuss? Oh, look, they're going mid, Tom. They're avoiding the choke point, Tom. They're avoiding the corner where the guy can sit with a pistol and kill you, Tom. But they didn't do that. They ran into the corner anyways. I mean, you had to clear it. I guess you had to clear it. Oh, that's tragic. That is absolutely tragic for the side of NAVI. For Heretics, hey. 2 rounds from Madrid. Off the back of classics. And now, well, NAVI don't get to do the same trick, hide in the corner and let them push you, because they're on the attack. So these 2 rifles, Angel and Sagetsu, are going to hope that Artis can open some space up. Maybe remove some of these traps by putting a bullet in Benji's head, because he's been a real problem for this squad.
Information's there. Artis. Ooh, he takes the risk. He doesn't really get the space he was hoping for, and now getting spammed down. Now, Patatek has taken a lot of damage in response. Down to just 5 HP. And somehow this is a much better opportunity for NAVI in this round. Xiao just going to try and expend some of those snake bites, try and delay as much as possible. Paranoia still available as well for Angel. Paranoia.
I mean, it's not Being followed up on. Miniboo still finding the kill, but a snake bite on Patatek. Some kills coming their way, and look how quickly it falls out of their hands. Just Sugetsu with, okay. I actually thought he killed the first guy. Miniboo was on 5 health. Everybody was low. But unfortunately, not low enough. 12-3. I can't believe I'm gonna have to listen to Uli talk about this for the next 3 years. We are 12-3. Navi not losing this series like we accepted was a possibility. They are being shut out of this second map, their map pick.
Just to put it into perspective, Boo last year, the only man there for the whole year. The team finished right near the bottom in the regular season. They bring in Benji, they finish last in LCQ.
Rub it in.
They bring in Miniboo, Riens, and obviously Woot from the tier 2. Woot not old enough to play, so Patatek comes from the tier 2 as well. They play their first tournament, and they are 1 round from being in the top 2 of teams in EMEA and making it to an international event with the majority of their players at 18 and 19 years old. This would be one of the most ridiculous things, one of the biggest upsets, one of the biggest surprises I think we've ever had in EMEA history. For now, they need just 1, and they come in with the better buy. They come in with matching ultimates to the other side. Boo's the first one to come under pressure. I say that, Angel is almost dead already.
Oh, they've changed direction, but they haven't caused the rotates they think they have, Tom. There's still 3 players here. We can see Miniboo in position. They know about him with the decoy. And they know about him with the shot as well. Good connection by Artis. But an immediate response. Shock dart through from Zipban. Numbers stay to Navi. A fantastic recon that's cleared out nothing.
Don't
but
want me.
On the upside,
30 seconds left.
he doesn't have to take a fight. He can take his time now. Let his teammates reroute. He'll have a recon up in a little bit if he can stay alive behind yellow. The retake attempt, Benji, Fishy, Patatek, and Rien, some utility, both flashes for Patatek. Still a nade to work with as well. And a nice opening shot. Zipban's down, numbers are even.
Oh, he's gonna get tight.
He's gotta be panicking right now. 45 HP on Sugetsu. And he's being revealed. They know exactly where he is, but he's still able to win 1 fight. Thinning out the numbers, the time now ticking away. Navi seem to have this one in the bag. A big play needed, and time is of the essence. Perhaps even needing to stick it to half already. It's going to be attempted. It's body blocked, but Patatek now alone. And Xiao's just about to swing through to finish the round, keeping it alive for Navi. 8 in a row. One hell of a task.
If anyone could do it, it'd probably be them, but at the same time, we have not seen the same Navi that we have witnessed throughout the tournament. The FPX that managed to win themselves a Masters seems like a long, long way away. And right now, the new blood of Valorant leading the charge. Rien's going to invest into the Outlaw, a judge for Boo. This is definitely not the best purchase, but at the same time, you can see he's playing close. You don't know what he'll get away with after what we've seen so far in this match.
Angel's in trouble. That's the Outlaw looking at him. It has a gap around the smoke as well, and it's found its mark. Angel down to the new gun. The damage would have been enough, but the kill removes a very valuable piece of utility for Navi. They haven't put their Viper wall down yet, though. Still the potential to change how this map looks later on.
Navi don't have much space to play with. They are making their way up mid, but again, the cams from Benji just spotting out all of that information. A cage available to defend himself, but maybe he doesn't need defending. With the snake bite on him, he gets aggressive. Goes for the peek, the flash through is perfect. The shot's not so much, but he's done the damage anyway. No trade just yet on the Xiao, but even still, only 1 man standing. Sugetsu to try and save them. With 40 seconds left. The run through coming in, he's actually committed a full spray in onto the fake out. The jitters, the nerves, as he has to try and do everything. The information there, just to try and find anything, but the problem is, 20 seconds left. He has to get onto that spike. And Heretics, they are not overcommitting. They are not overfacing. They are showing that resilience. They are showing that team play that we've seen throughout.
10 seconds
and now,
left.
they look to retake together.
It's a formality, surely. They know exactly where he's planted. They've been boxed in, and fittingly, Mini-Boo's the one to deal the final blow. This VCT rookie is gonna have all eyes on him as they go all the way to Madrid. Fair play if you saw this coming, because this is a surprise to everyone in the Valorant scene. Heretics, the Spanish organization, will play in Spain.
They started off as just two brothers coming into this tournament, and I can tell already there is a brotherhood being built. So many storylines, so many players that have come through with expectations are minimal. You talk about Benji being that guy from that other game. Well, he's just made it to a Masters before many other people will have expected. Boo coming back after a season of lows to the highest of highs with the first Masters under their belt, with his little brother to boot. Padatek coming back from the Tier 2, a man who's been there and done that, but fallen back down into that Tier 2 scene, now makes it all the way back up, and I'm sure other teams are going, he's just a sub, right? I could maybe pick this guy up, and Riens may not be on the block right now, but an 18-year-old superstar that is rising to the occasion. And yes, Mitch, you're never gonna hear the end of it.
Uri's a happy man, but so am I. Benji and the boys, Boo and his brother, Padatek back on top. What an absolutely wonderful squad, and there'll be no doubt now a fan favorite that's going to take the stage over in Madrid. And they've eliminated NAVI 5 international events in a row.
Yep.
Artists back at the helm as well, but they're not able to do it this time. The new blood bests them.
That was the thing with this team. We were sort of looking at it going, okay, Artist is back. We can't really make the excuses anymore. This had to be a standout size, and it hasn't been. It has been Heretics today, and now we're going to be heading off to the interview with Sue.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. I'm now joined by Padatek. Congratulations, Padatek. It's been so nice to see you back in VCT EMEA once again. This is like a homecoming, I feel like, for you. So what's it been like to play this tournament and to make it to Madrid?
I mean, it's been insane. The support from everyone, like taking stage was always my dream, and like qualifying to Madrid, first major tournament for me. I've always dreamt of it, and we finally did it.
Yeah, you did. You did it flawlessly. You didn't drop a single map, which is really crazy. Now, there is a lot of uncertainty, you know, with visa issues and everything else. Are you able to tell me anything about that? Will you be playing at Madrid?
Yes, I will be playing in Madrid.
Nice, Padatek. How does that feel? Because it's been such a long time. You used to dominate EU. Nobody could beat you back there. And now you get to go to a big tournament like Madrid.
As I said, I've always dreamed of it. I've worked really hard for the past 4 years. At the beginning, it was a different game. We were owning everyone, but meta changed, everyone adapted, everyone started to learn the game. But now, finally, I got the chance to prove myself, to play on the big stage, and we just did it.
How did you get back here? Because it would be very easy for somebody in your position to give up, maybe not getting this opportunity. So what was it about this game and about your mentality that you feel like allowed you to come back to the top?
It's just hard work. Like, all I'm gonna say is just you need to work towards your goal and just be professional at top of it. Like, hard work and being professional just got me here.
And last question. A lot of people didn't respect you guys, you know? I've seen the tier list. I've seen the people saying that this roster wasn't going to make it. So what would you like to say to those people that you proved them wrong?
I mean, you put us in D tier list. I think we're S tier now, yeah?
Yes, that's right. That's right, they are. Thank you very much, Padatek. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
I'm very, very happy. Good luck tomorrow, by the way. Grand final coming up. As well, we're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere because Fnatic will be taking on Carmichael right after this.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Get in your lane, stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same. Put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it. Look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease. To you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in a few, might land in a tomb. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in a few, might land in a tomb. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts.
What a historical moment that was. Team Heretics, they pull off a huge upset and book themselves a place for Madrid Masters. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Kakuka and Lothar. Kakuka, 30 seconds, go do your thing. This is your stage.
This is amazing. Thank you for everybody that believed in this happening. What we saw today on stage was just a little bit of what is awaiting for us the rest of the year. Congratulations to such young players. I mean, Miniboo has been fighting for this since 2021, in 2022, and throughout 2023 as well. He was top 1 in Case, and this means a lot.
Are they winning Madrid Masters?
I mean, with the crowd back, of course.
That's how it works always,
Yes.
right? But for me, This is the first upset of the day done. The second one we'll see. But also Benji Fischer is an incredible storyline for me. When he started specifically for from tier 2 and went to this team, and they are now in an international tournament. This is absolutely amazing storyline. The performance from the team was phenomenal. Some nice strategies, and in general, just a pleasure to watch.
But also, they're in the grand finals. We haven't seen Heretics in a grand final since like 2021, maybe? Since then? Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. So it's going to be a really big moment for the organization as well. And I do like that you mentioned Miniboo, because for me, best rookie in the world right now, hey, I'm going to put it out there. And I think teams should be scared to play against him in Madrid.
That was some also nice Euro gameplay from him. I like the shoot me tactic in the Viper split. He has incredible stats. But
wasn't
to be
boring
fair,
at all?
Yes, exactly. That was perfect Valorant, but was not boring, right? And also before this map, he actually had less ADR than his brother. But after those maps, I'm thinking he has way better performance than anyone right now.
I think he doesn't care about the numbers. He cares about the fact that he's in Heretics, he's with his brother, he's going to Madrid. He made it out throughout this tournament without dropping a single map so far. He qualified to Madrid with his new team. And the fact that he played throughout all these matches without being able to fist bump.
Yeah, somebody fist bump him, I beg, somebody.
It was like a phantom fist bump, you know?
All of them.
Yeah, and also, as you heard from Patatek, he will be playing Madrid. It has been confirmed. We like that? You think that's the right call from them?
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, you went all this journey with Patatek, and of course, we know that the visa situation is not easy, and we don't know if Woods is going to be old enough, or if he even has, you know, his visa before he turns 18. So I think it makes a lot of sense, and he's earned it.
From an organizational perspective, I feel like if you're not already 100% certain if the player that should be playing is not playing, then you just go with what you had so far.
Just like the Chamber.
Right?
If you didn't like him before the change, then play it now.
Exactly. It's a very good comparison.
I mean, here we go, the stats. This is to beat NAVI, by the way, to 2-0 NAVI of our team.
Insane. 178 damage per round. Remember also, he was opening space for the team. So, and this is overall insane performance.
Yeah, and I'm so excited to see how Miniboo is going to do in Madrid, also in the grand finals tomorrow. But now it's time to talk about the second match of the day. As you guys heard from our analyst already, an upset again, potentially, because it's very much the same storyline. We have a team in Fnatic that always went to international events, and then a team, Kakuka, like K-Core, that only went to lock-in because they were invited. They've never actually made it to a Masters.
Yeah, exactly. We need to change that number to Heretics soon. It's at least going to be...
Yes! Let's go!
But exactly, for Fnatic, it's not only that they have that international event experience, they're also the winners of a couple of them. And they're like, you know, the golden child of EMEA. Everybody that is an EMEA fan is a fan of Fnatic. Fnatic.
Except for K-Core fans, because...
They are very vocal on the social media, very vocal about their support for their team, and it's like a very big disparity when it comes to the, let's say, how big the communities are. But Fnatic still is the, well, I would say most consistent, well-respected team on the planet, at least in my eyes, and I always expect them to perform well. And even though coming into this tournament, like, we know that there might be an upset happening, I don't think anyone in their right mind will say, yeah, Fnatic is not taking this one.
Yeah, but this is this will be the upset, right? To end. The one before, yeah, that was an upset, but this will be like the upset to end all upsets. And we have a very interesting stat here, I believe, Bear, you gather, because if you look at how many minutes both of these teams have played so far, what does this tell us about the potential anti-stratting and mind games both N and Elmer Putty could be playing with coming into this?
Yes, exactly. You're seeing it in the screens right now. I counted the minutes because I think it's very relevant. Right at the top, with 652 minutes played just in kickoff, is KC. Fnatic only needed one game, and in those two maps, only 100 minutes. That is more than 6 times the gameplay from one team to the other. Now, Fnatic is not only that you have very little tape on them, they know everything that needs to be known about KC, but they still have to see it on the server.
You know what's funny is that Fnatic only has over 100 minutes on the server time because of the ridiculous Lotus overtime.
Yeah.
And that's about it. Otherwise, it would have been like around 80 minutes.
Yeah.
It's crazy when you compare the amount of experience that KC has right now on the stage. I mean, when you think about it, is that actually a good thing for KC? Because I think it is.
Of course. How is it a bad thing?
Yeah. just make a conversation here. There's like the amount of Fnatic doesn't want to spend even a little bit of more time on the servers. As you said, the counter trading is something that Fnatic doesn't want to show. On the other side, KC with the new players, they need to gather the experience, but I think they're getting it. You see how they progress from map to map. They get into more confident, more complicated strategies, and they do actually better executions of them. Specifically on like Split, there was a progress when it comes to how they play with the Yoru and the Astra combinations. They were not clean on the first map. Second time they played it, much better.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the mind games as well. It's going to be great with the coaches. And speaking of mind games, earlier I had a chance to speak to two former teammates, Magnum and Boaster. Take a look at this. Oh, what a time to be alive. I'm taking you guys down a trip down memory lane with two former teammates. It's Boaster and Magnum. Welcome back now. I'm going to stir the pot a little bit. Of course, you guys used to be on the same team together. Magnum, today you have the chance to do the funniest thing ever, to knock out the team that ended up kicking you last year. So what do you think about this? And also, how much of this opportunity are you going to take?
I think it's cool, but to be honest, I don't think about this. It's another match for us, and either way, it's a win for us because it's a lot of experience and we get to test ourselves. But it would be, I think your time is over. Like you want to let me play as well on the stage, so yeah, we're gonna do our best.
Yeah, give it to him. What do you think about that? How do you respond to that?
I think that's fair. You know, it's a win-win for me too. You know, keep the throne. No, I'm joking.
I feel like I should just leave and let you guys go back and forth and have a little battle.
I mean, I'll wait for your next questions, I guess.
Okay, well, I'll make it a more of a wholesome one. How nice is it to see one of your ex-teamers like Magnum to be able to develop and make his way back into VCT EMEA and to make it this far as well?
It's really nice. I think personally, from all my teammates that I've played with in the past, I think Magnum was the one where I thought he could come back from, obviously, and leaving our roster. Yeah, so I thought you were the one that had the most potential to come back just because of like how hard you worked and how you thought about the game. So I think it was just, obviously, situations happen. Alfia became free agent, and it was just unlucky timing.
Is this a wholesome rivalry, though? Do you guys still talk? Are you still friendly? What's going on?
I mean, we talk sometimes, but it's not always like as much as we did. It's like there is no time, to be honest. Like that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I watched his games when he was in Apex, you know. So, and I also watched the finals, but anyway, it doesn't matter anyway now because he's here and he's playing. And you know, I thought Carmine Corp in scrims, they were probably one of the better teams in scrims that we played out of some of these VCT teams. So I always thought that they would actually do a decent run. And you know, here they are today playing against us. So I'm just looking forward to playing against you and having a good one.
You've scrimmed each other. Okay, Magnum. Yeah. Does that feel like an advantage? Maybe you know their secrets?
No, not to be honest. But yeah, I think it's good for us because like the boys know there are 5 human and they know they do mistakes, but they play well as well. We just need to. It's another opponent for us, so I think that's like good for us that we scrim.
Oh, thank you very much, boys. You want to give a handshake, hug, anything? We want to. Oh. Thank you very much. Best of luck on the server today, and let's see which one is going to come out on top. Oh, the mind games. We're in full mind game territory. Of course, they scrimmed against each other in Kukuka. Magnum saying that they are 5 humans. They do make mistakes. I feel like that's the kind of confidence you need against Fnatic.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that this is probably one of the keys to K-Cups of 6, one of many of them, is the fact that if you have screamed Fnatic and you've screened them a lot, you're getting the top of the notch here in EMEA. So if even Boaster is able to acknowledge, wow, they're actually doing everything very well. Plus, on the other side, you have a K-Corp saying that they are human, that they are beatable. Many teams do not look at Fnatic the same way.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they use that confidence. But of course, we talk about mind games. We got to talk about N. We also have to talk about maybe his former enemy as well in Mini, because Lothar, the one time they wanted to qualify for Iceland, Fnatic knocked N out. The second time they wanted to qualify for Iceland, we had that split game, and once again, Gambit at the time, M3C were denied. So it does feel like at least Mini has something on N.
Well, I would say that in general, Fnatic is a team that you would expect counters the opponents the best. And now, combining that with the information that we also know that they are screaming against each other, I feel like still Fnatic might be coming on top. But Eng, I would say he is just drilling the teams so well when it comes to personal performance. So even though Fnatic might counter them in the macro play, I feel like Eng's ability to drill those fundamentals into KC might be the most important aspect. They should probably just think about themselves instead of how to counter Fnatic instead.
I think that also, you know, and steering away a bit from that, we know the Eng versus Mini. I still think that we need to see how Elma is going to be Fnatic different, not because, you know, he's going to make them lose, but because we need to see that next step for Fnatic. We already know them as a team that is able to go to internationals, to win the trophies. If Elma is bringing something new to the team, it's the moment to discover it.
Yeah, especially considering they scrim each other, right? They have tapes on each other. They know what they're doing. I agree with you. I think it would be interesting to see anything new that is brought to the table, because after the first game, Lothar, I feel like one of these like older teams, if they want to actually make it through competently this time, they need that depth.
Look, from Fnatic we have seen Ascent and Lotus. Oh, like we didn't see that before from them, right? We have almost no information of how this Fnatic actually is going to play in this year. So for KC, having that scrim experience probably gives them an insight on some maps that we probably not seen so far publicly.
Yeah, and also this man on your screen even right now, Narrate. We saw what Miniboo
Banana debuff!
Oh no. We saw what Miniboo could do to Na'Vi. So is it Narrate's turn? Is he going to be the one to stop the dominance of Fnatic? By the way, great stats here.
Lenarat, because now he's playing in KC.
They call him Narrate.
Narrate,
Narrate.
okay.
Yeah.
This sounds good.
Anyway, he good?
Exactly.
He good enough?
In the stats, he's got the US passport, the total kills, but more importantly, as we're seeing right now, the agent pool, the depth that we're seeing from these players, from this import is amazing. And it tells a different story within the server. He can not only play for himself, but I think that he's a brilliant support player, because that's what you get when you have 3 duelists, right? You move them to one of the support roles, and he knows exactly how he would like to be supported as a duelist.
I loved watching him when he was playing Reyna on Ascent, when he was actually like a part of the strategy. He felt like he's exactly filling the gear that is needed to move the machine towards the success that they needed on that map. And I feel like also KC, like they needed a player who feels that confidence when playing his own agent, and he can propel that team forward. And also, I think he is literally beloved by the KC fans right now.
Yeah, I mean, the Scooby-Doo memes, I'm so here for it. But do you guys think the upset, we're going to pull off very quickly?
I would like to see at least one map. After the more than 600 minutes, please give me one map.
I think it's going to be 2-0 for Fnatic.
All right, we'll see indeed, because Heretics have already secured their spot at Madrid. And the grand finals tomorrow. It's time to see who will be joining them. It's Fnatic and Carmichael.
They need no introduction, but we'll give them one anyways. The Kings of Valorant back on the EMEA stage. Welcome, Chronicle, Leo, Durka, Alphayer, and IGL Boaster. And now for the challengers from France. They started at the bottom, but now the whole team is here. The underdogs wanting our hearts. Shin, Tomasi, Nari, Martine, and IGL Magnum. And now bring out the coaches, the brains behind the brawn. Elma Putty for Fnatic and Eng for Carmine Corp.
Today could be a day of first here. It will be a first time in a very long time Fnatic don't make it to an international tournament. The first time Magnum go head-to-head with his former IGL. And of course, the first time Chronicle going up against his former coach in N as well. We have so many stories. But similarly to earlier, Na'Vi very much felt like the villains. Hey, let Heretics just go to Madrid. That's what everybody wants. And I feel the same way in this matchup. Everyone wants to see KC make it.
Yeah, exactly. Because of the story, because of how they've grown in our hearts in the past weekend. in a bit. And also because I know that the KC fans would love to come to Madrid for a week.
Oh my God, can you imagine that? That's going to be amazing. But let's take a look at the map vetoes here. Lothar, it seems like Sunset and Ascent will be off the table.
Yeah, well, that makes me happy. I've seen a lot of Sunset in the past. And also, first one, Fnatic selecting Lotus, not really a surprise here. KC picks defense, which is surprising a little bit because that map is still, I would say, attacking base. And now Split is being the map of for KC here. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, Fnatic bans Icebox as well, Kakuka. I don't remember the last time they don't want to go towards
I was literally going to say, come on, just a little bit, come on.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'm very happy that we're going to see this maps. I think that the fact that Fnatic is picking Lotus again, after the really, really close overtime that they had against Vitality, where they started a little bit cold for what Fnatic has been in the past, I think that they want to make a statement. Hey, we saw the issues, we're going to address them, and if we want to make it to Madrid, we have to be clean about it. But at the same time, talking about the reps, talking about being prepared for a tournament, maybe trying something else could have been the edge, because obviously there's only 2 maps in which KC has tape on you. Lotus is one of them.
Yeah, I mean, they also had a lot of reps from KC. We have seen KC play 3 times on Lotus.
Goes both ways.
Yeah, Fnatic obviously only once, and they didn't change much from the past. And I'm still looking forward to the next maps, because those 2, we don't have any information on Fnatic. But Lotus, I'm expecting right now Fnatic to fully understand how to play against KC. They're going to be starting on attack, right? So attacking, when they know Magnum typically likes to play an A, that is something that Fnatic might just completely expose.
Yeah, nothing wacky either. Kakuka feels like the only time we haven't seen anything too crazy here. But what do you feel? How do you feel about Carmichael choosing to start on the defense?
I mean, I think that it has to do with how comfortable they are in the mistakes that they have fixed already, and probably because they want to. If Fnatic has prepared something new, they would like to see it from the beginning. And if it's going to take time for you to adapt onto it, it's better to do it from the defense. And then when you get to the attack, you're also warmed up. You can also think round to round.
Also, they play very confidently on C-mount on defense. That's something that we've seen from Shim in the past. In the first 20 seconds, he likes to play the mount control with the Omen being very aggressive and then TPing out if there's something like massive happening there in that area. But with that map control and then Magnum playing on A, they set up pretty efficient rotations as well.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about overtime. The last time we saw KC here, and the Ray dropped 40 kills because that overtime was so long against Foot as well.
Yeah, exactly. But now he's going head to head up against Leo. This is like the Titan. This is like the final boss of the region. So, of course, it's not going to be an easy one, but they are definitely prepared for it.
Yeah, we got so many good games here today, and also another treat for you guys at home as well, because the one and only Pansy is back here in the Riot Games Arena. Take it away. Also, Tom's here as well. Hey, Tom.
Well, look, Tom never leaves. However, I am back. I could not miss this matchup. Fnatic, by all rights, Tom, should have this in the bag, right? You think about it logically. They've shown so little. It's all been looking fantastic. This roster looks untouchable, but there's something about KC. There's something about this roster that makes me nervous.
Yeah, I'd say first off, the fact that we're starting off on this map, it's like you're going to their home turf. You're trying to beat them on their front doorstep. And well, KC don't look like they're shying away, already going aggro.
We'll see what happens with it. Again, it's kind of, you know, testing the waters, getting the lay of the land here. Slow and steady to start with, cool the nerves, calm themselves down a touch. Again, it's very easy to fall foul to Fnatic's greatness, right? That idea of what you're playing against, but this walk towards Alpha proves pertinent. Fantastic start for Shin there. Can they make the most of the rest of this, though? Keep your eyes on that spike.
Fnatic don't realize right now the C site is completely under their control, but maybe wanting an advantage back, they're going to fight everyone.
Yeah, this is just going to be a brawl, right? Leo's here, though. Everyone's ready. That was a fantastic bit of utility work, though, to stem the bleed, to slow down this KC crunch. You can see them starting to drift back a little bit here. Tomasi watching that cross. Does he catch a glimpse? Oh, it's more than a glimpse for Shin. Another body added to the count, but still. Bolster puts the bow on it, and it should be fine in the end, joined by Chronicle there. This is Fnatic dealing with a very unorthodox start.
Yeah, I think Fnatic, that's the thing about their attack sides, though. They've always been fantastic at quelling a storm. Like, the amount of successful sort of retakes of control. Like, they are very happy to give up rubble, and then they'll take it back with utility. Like, they are very good at the push and pull of this map. I think that's why they are the best in the world at it. So for KC, they had success in the initial aggression, but then they lose it. And that's going to be the difficult thing for this game, is knowing when to fall back, knowing when to retreat, and in this case, I think just knowing when to play retake and allow Fnatic that control.
Yeah, it is going to be that test of time as well, because we know that Fnatic, no matter when you get that advantage, don't start. Don't start. Why are you laughing at me? I know, I can see it. I can see the Pausa Technica.
You made it through one round.
Yeah,
you disappear for a few days. Everything runs smoothly, and then what, you kick out a cable or something under the table?
You don't know what I get to. All right, I got to get my airtime in. You know what I mean? This is contractually obligated at this point, but yeah, we'll take a second or two. Oh look, we've wheeled Stevie back out. You know it's a bad one when Stevie's back out on stage. Oh bloody hell, Stevie, how you doing, mate? Oh, he's doing the little warm-up routine with them. Mr. Motivator down there.
Oh, you know.
Can we show a little bit of Stevie as well?
We should just have a camera on him at all times, to be honest.
Stevie cam would be fantastic. We will get a little more
We
serious.
can get Mitch to just walk around with it. There you go. He can do something. You know, I have to work both games, so why can't he?
Are you saying it's hard work to work with me? Is that... That's quite...
I'm going to get beaten up. Can we get the camera on me for my own safety?
The audience are joining in too. Look at that. Oh, that's magical. Nice work, guys. EMEA known for fantastic wrist action, apparently.
Not touching that one.
Probably best not to. Probably best not to. But yeah, let's kind of talk bigger picture as well. We can kind of be a little bit serious, tiny little bit for a second or two, while we wait for updates as to what's going on. In reality, the ability to beat Fnatic is a very small club, right? It's a very exclusive club of anyone who's been able to do it.
Loud.
Yeah, pretty much. There has been the occasional, weird result, the liquid result last season, but call it what you want with that. Put it in context, it wasn't as much as you'd imagine. I don't know if Carmine Core are there yet. I think everyone's been really impressed with this roster.
Sure.
I think they're super dangerous. I think everyone's in love with what Narrate's been doing. Martin, so many of these names are just jumping out to you. I think everyone has found a player they're like, yeah, they're fantastic.
That's my guy.
That's your guy, exactly. But getting it all to work together at that same time is brutally hard, because even at its worst, right, if Fnatic has the worst game possible, there's still the bailout factor, right? You still have take your pick of player who could have that standout game.
We even saw that versus Vitality. Like, I don't think it was anywhere close to Fnatic's best game.
Nope.
But then you had an eco round where Boaster killed 3 people with the Sheriff. You had a round with the Stinger where Althea at range manages to kill 2 people. You're gonna get, like in the last round, a Chronicle 2K while he's facing off against both people at once. Like, they have so much depth in talent and also in ability. Like, you've got that coaching staff behind them. Maybe a newbie on the block, but Boaster a lot of the time doesn't even need them. It seems like he has so many ideas of his own. And then you also have to look on the other side. Okay, sure, you've got those young stars. They've had the run of their life. They've actually had losses and managed to come back from them. That's the big thing. But you have an IGL who used to be on the team that he's about to play against. And there's the argument of, oh, he knows how Boaster plays. But I feel like a lot of people have claimed to know how Boaster plays and then still lost.
I mean, that's still probably one of the biggest benefits, is that the system is so robust that it can still work even while knowing what they're doing, right?
Yep.
I mean, but also I'd say last year and a little bit of this year is still the year of the coach, the people behind the scenes. And we don't quite know the depth of that with Fnatic to an extent yet, right? We haven't seen them push, we've barely seen them play. The desk was doing a fantastic job of showing literal minutes of playtime, and we just haven't seen what that looks like when called upon. Yeah, it looks okay for now, but who knows if that's, a massive increase of capability. I mean, Mini was a godsend for them. I don't think anyone's going to dispute that. But we don't even know that layer yet to Fnatic. There's so much more to be seen with this squad. And as I said, with such little tape on them yet, it's all up in the air. Now, if I'm not mistaken, we did get a little bit of a nod earlier that this may take a second or two longer, so we might even be able to go back to the desk. I'm not going to say yet, not yet, but there's a chance, Tom, because, you haven't done enough yet today.
No, they don't want me to just solo a desk. Is that what you're trying to say? Or maybe they do.
Maybe they do. Maybe that's...
Okay. I don't mind giving it a go. I do think, again, the other thing that's truly terrifies me with Fnatic is just the fact that Boaster has basically been given 6 months.
Yes.
Like, this is a guy who cooks up weird stuff when he has a week. Imagine you give him a few weeks. How weird it must get when he gets to like 4 months. It's like, what new stuff can I even do anymore?
But I miss the mad scientists of Fnatic as well, right? Because
what about NAVI?
Anyway, but I do miss that era because they were so creative. You know, there was so much going on there. There was so much they were coming up with.
Oh, I love their fracture.
Yeah?
It was just like ridiculous after plants of just like, okay, I've got 16 lineups ready to go. And then you just sit there and watch them all land. You go, yeah, that's cool.
It's one of those things that obviously with the schedule we have, you know, this is just kind of a battle of attrition sometimes for the top teams, right? You're event to event, back to back. It's very hard to be creative. But with that downtime, we actually have had a fair amount of maybe rebuilding here. However, that's enough from us. We're going to give you a little bit of respite from me, myself, and I, and obviously Tom. We're going to hand it back to the AD.
Thank you very much. I am so happy Pansy is back.
I was going to say,
so
we missed
happy.
this.
Yeah.
What did it take? 1 round?
Honestly, yeah, it gives us more screen time. I love it. Thank you, Lauren. I appreciate this. But we've seen 1 round already. I feel like it set the tone a little bit. Bit of a weird pistol as well. Lothar, you and I were kind of looking at each other like, is it over? Have they won? So let's take a look at the pistol in case you guys missed it at home.
Yeah, it was what I really liked about this pistol round is showing that KC has a lot more flexibility than they showed. Sorry, they have a lot of flexibility from what they have been previously showing on Lotus. You see that they are very aggressive on 2 lanes, on the mid and on the A push at the same time, which will be their downfall, but it's something that was not shown in the previous matches, so Fnatic couldn't have like predicted fully that this is going to happen. So that's nice to see. But overall, Fnatic is also very patient. They're just waiting for what's going to happen here, and they even like lose the first death here.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, I think that the Viper wall is going to be so important, knowing that there's 2 of them and how you use it on the defense and how you have that control over Rubble and over A is going to make very, very difficult changes. But look at what's happening here with just KC just going on to Fnatic, going on the hunt as if they're the ones attacking.
Yeah, this paranoia was huge, was huge.
And the counter paranoia was a little bit late. So that
because you don't expect it, right?
Yeah, that counter spell there would have been just insane advantage if it would just been done a little bit earlier. But in general, I really like the way that teams just completely read each other in the mid round. Like Fnatic goes to mount and they'll be like, wait, there's no signs of life on C. Be aware of potential pushes behind us. Then they are ready. Jake Boaster with the paranoia just
you know him like that. It's okay. You can say Jake.
Yeah, we're close. So we're close. You know? So that paranoia single-handedly decides that moment in that round. That's the pivotal moment, and you can see how flexible both teams will apply the strategies against each other.
Yeah, I feel like in moments like this, we can see that maybe KC wanted to take the upper hand in this round to just dictate the pace of how the game is going to be. You're going up against the best of the best in the region. So of course, maybe this is the way that you want to start the game, you know, just setting the rules on the table. But the way the Fnatic react, and maybe the way that KC also overheats after getting that first kill, because they could have perfectly just gotten that first kill and get out of there. Get out of there and just play the rest of the map. But no, they decide to go all in onto Fnatic. The problem is that Fnatic is the team that is going to react to that.
Yeah, also the first pistol round Fnatic has won, you know. They didn't look great in the pistols at all the last time they played.
They only played 4 pistols.
And they lost all 4. Yeah. So 100% loss
That's
rate.
don't lie.
Yes, that's don't lie. I do have an update for you guys at home. We loaded into the wrong server. The online server was used during the Team Heretics game, of course. So League officials will remake to play on the offline server, and the scoreline will remain 1-0 to Fnatic as we get back into that. And for those of you that missed it here on the pre-show, we talked about the patch update, the new patch that we're playing on, of course, as we'll reveal.
That's the server that we're loading in.
Yeah, it's of course the fragging IGL patch, the fragging IGL meta. I think unfortunately we've had to park it for Angel.
I don't think he loaded in the patch, you know, so that
didn't update his PC.
Yeah,
but I mean, for our remaining IGLs, you know, Boo has been fragging out of his mind as well, and we saw from that pistol and the last time Fnatic played, Boaster's doing well. Magnum also has been doing well, except for that one unfortunate map.
We already forgot. Don't bring it up.
Yeah, we did.
No, but it's okay. I think that, you know, the good thing about Boo, about feeling comfortable, he led the team, he led Heretics with the qualification to Madrid without dropping a map. So, you know, it's definitely, the buff is definitely there for him. We have to focus on the other side. I think that we, you know, have a very small sample for today. What we can see about the maps is that really Fnatic needs to iron out mistakes. I love that they start like this, because I know that against Vitality they were a bit shaky, they were a little bit out of place. And Fnatic is not the kind of team that is going to get nervous on stage, because if anybody has experience, it's them.
And I want to go back a little bit to Magnum as well, because even though he had that one very unfortunate map of going 0-15, he still has decent stats.
Why'd you bring it up?
I'm not bringing it up because it actually looks pretty decent. Apart from that one map, he has 100...
Wait, which one? Apart from what?
We already forgot about that one. So he has 137 ADR on average, including that one map when he went 0-15. That showcases.
Wait, what happened on that map?
We don't know. We don't know.
Oh,
what
okay,
happened.
yeah, carry on.
30 ADR.
Why do we keep bringing it up? Poor Magnum, carry on, sorry.
So in
It's
general,
happened to all of us, okay?
I think the patch is actually like really boosting his performance in general. I'm pretty impressed with Magnum so far.
He's doing well, and of course, as we saw in that interview, he was giving it. He wasn't like, oh, this is my former IGL, bit of respect. He was like, your time is over, it's my time to shine. And he could well be if he has a good performance for today. But quickly as well, let's talk about Alpha year, because I think when at the end of last year, I think he was probably in contention, if not the best player in the world, definitely top 3 on everyone's list. What do you think about him coming into this season?
He's washed. I'm joking.
Clip.
Yeah,
I think
he's 18 now, you know, like he's too old. He's too old.
Too old.
I mean, the younglings and Team Heretics are coming for him, you know, so that's how it is.
Exactly, he's too old for them, but I think that is very easy and difficult at the same time to highlight players in Fnatic because they have best in slot for almost everything. Going back to a Boaster saying in the interview, oh my god, you know, Magnum, you were good, but Alpha became a free agent.
I can't believe he said that. I actually can't believe he said
that. That's the kind of thing that you just to a friend of a friend, or even to Alpha, like, you were so good. I dropped my team.
That's gonna pump up Magnum. I feel like if you say it to his face, he's gonna get really like fired up, no?
Because he also says it with a smile, you know?
Yeah.
Luckily, he was not in an Apple, probably saving that for the map Vito. But also another player, Chronicle. Again, it's very easy to talk about these players because Chronicle is the one to always deliver. I know that he had a couple of bad performances at the end of the year and he didn't feel like the Chronicle we all knew, but the performance that he had the other day, closing out the clutches, closing out the individual situations. In fact, one of the rounds that I had ready had actually Chronicle in there, but we didn't play it in our marvelous game of take the defuse, no, get the defuse or take the L.
All right, okay, we are experiencing, I feel like, a slightly longer tech pause than usual. I mean, Lauren hasn't been here in ages. I feel like it's only fair we give her a proper welcome home. Now, if you guys at home want to play along, I made a quiz, and I actually made this quiz for Steel when he was here, but I'm going to put you guys to the test because
we have to cheap a copy here, right?
Yeah, honestly, when Josh was here, I wasn't quite sure how much of EMEA he really knew. You know, I wasn't quite sure how much of our region, the history of our region, the ins and outs of our region that he really knew.
But you know,
so I made
like non-existent.
Well, I made a quiz and I was like, maybe if we have time, I'm gonna test him or I'm gonna see how much he does know. But you two are the experts of EMEA. So if I put you through a VCT EMEA quiz, I am expecting you to do pretty well. You have some whiteboards there.
I feel like school again.
No
you know,
cheating. No looking at each other's answers.
With.
You guys at home play along as well. Again, I'm fully expecting Sliggy. I know you're watching this to get full marks. So let's start with a very easy question. This is super easy. I'm going to ease you in. Now, who was the first strike champion at EMEA? I'll give you a bonus point if you can name maybe the first strike champion of Turkey and CIS as well. Just in case you were really...
I think it was...
Just in case you were really on the knowledge.
And the last one was... Was it the obvious one or wasn't it?
Hey, it's a quiz. It's a quiz.
This marker smells really strong.
Oh, don't show it yet. I don't think Lothar's ready. I don't think.
No,
Lothar's
I have
ready
two already written.
Okay, well, we have time, so maybe I'll give you like 10 more seconds to think about the bonus potentially. You guys at home play along as well because I want to see how well you guys really know EMEA as well. Okay.
I can't remember
5,
Turkey.
4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's see.
Right,
so the first strike EMEA winners, Team Heretics, correct.
I said Heretics, and I named Power first because I thought we were going to have to name like the entire lineup. So
feel free to name the entire lineup. That's the other...
Oh, I can do it. Wait, can I?
Go on.
So it was Lowell, Paura, Niso was there.
You want to help out?
I can't remember.
Want to hop in and help out?
I can't remember.
Man, this was 2020, wasn't it?
That was 4 years ago.
A very
what else was there?
Well-known one.
I'm so sorry, because Turka wasn't.
All right, just for the clarity of the other answers, it was BBR and it was Gambit.
I had said Heretics, Gambit, and Supermassive, but I was like,
Is this 3 points?
Yeah, but I'm gonna give you 5 more seconds to think about the last 2 players. You're missing some big hitters. Big
Nuke?
hitters. Yes.
Nuke
One more.
And
he plays smokes. And he was great.
Aboba.
Yeah, there we go. I love how a great smoker is
You
what
said,
got you
yeah,
there.
literally, because I loved how you played Pine. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
okay, so you're in the lead. I'm gonna, production, can we please keep score? Because I don't think I have the brain capacity.
So did I get
to
0
do that.
points
So
or did I get 2 points?
Cuckoo, you can get 2 points, and Cuckoo gets 3 for getting
Okay.
BBL as well. Question
But I know
number
also the lineup.
2. Question number 2.
Can I wait a second, Laura? Could you please, because I did
Use your hand like I did.
oh my goodness! I don't think this thing smells like it's gonna kill me. I'm
Shout
not
out to
going
Laura.
touch
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you very much, Laura.
Question number 2. Only 4 EMEA teams have lifted an international trophy. Name those 4 teams, please. Again, you guys down in chat, I want to see how well you're doing. No cheating. I know you guys have the power to just
Do you reckon
Google some of this stuff.
that Steel would have been able to do this?
I assume so because he was there for one of the tournaments.
Yeah,
he played one of those tournaments, so I assume he would have got. Yeah, Steel, if you're watching, let us know. Let us know as well. This quiz was meant for you. All right,
okay, I'll
Lothar,
survive.
5 more seconds. 5, 4,
I'm stuck. This is embarrassing.
2, 1. All right.
Well,
Time is up.
Literally got stuck. I just said FPX
and
and Fnatic.
Fnatic. You forgot about Ascend and Gambit.
Yeah, I was literally blanking
The
out. I don't
audacity,
know. And I even
Lothar.
said the Gambit in the
I'm
previous
so
question.
surprised that when.
I could never forget Gambit.
How could you?
Yeah, that was great. But so we're gonna have to continue the saga of the quizzing. Let you guys have some time to study
Thank
up.
God, I was
because
saved by the bell.
Game is ready, by the way, and it's time to throw this back to Pansy and Tom because we're definitely not gonna have another tech pause, are we, Pansy?
You know, that sort of attitude, Yinzu, I don't appreciate, but I do understand. Yeah, no, I mean, fingers crossed, right, that we
It's
don't
not counting yet.
Shut up, Tom. Tom, I don't want to hear it, mate.
Still says 30
I
seconds.
don't want to hear
All
it.
the screens are still red.
I don't want to hear it. Keep it to yourself. It's just building
I'm so
anticipation.
excited to see the rest of the quiz.
I mean, it is an improvement on Zesht, to be fair.
Oh, wow.
It is.
That's
We
just-
might not get fired for it, which is a nice bonus. No, I mean, you know what? It's fine. Look, if I see headsets on, it's generally a good thing. If I see one headset off,
Do you see how low Alpha was when you
but
said
he sat
that?
up. He sat up. It's game on. We're fine. I think. I don't know.
It's counting down.
We're okay now. It's okay. Thank you for your patience.
I'm countering out your bad energy with my pessimism.
What do you mean bad energy? I'm really excited
We went
to
through
be
an
here.
entire game and you got through 1 round.
That's not on me. All right, that's not on me. Leave that one to Stevie. Alrighty, we're back underway. Round 2. It took a little second to get there, but we're on it. If you missed the start, Fnatic handled Casey's rather unbridled aggression quite well. We come back in now. Round 2, of course, Fnatic on that attacking side. KC gonna have to try and put up a defense with really a classic and ghost combination.
Yeah, well, this can be as a gamble. They don't even have much utility to play with, no paranoia. Okay, there's a snake bite for Tamazi if they really are in the right place at the right time, but this is all just going to be, for Fnatic, about damage control. Especially with the fact that they have 4 rifles, you don't really want to be losing anything. A lot of teams, as we mentioned, will go for the 3, keep 2 pistols, so they at least have a bit of wiggle room. And actually, they've already given one of those rifles back over to Durka. I guess not finding anything early, he's going to be sent in.
But I'm kind of impressed that Magnum's 3 shots with the classic were enough that they've now gone, let's go to the other side. Now, fortunately for KC, they haven't really dismantled this either, right? They've stuck around. They didn't bite the bait that was put towards C. Now hearing all these shots, though, it's gonna solidify these positions.
30 seconds left.
Can they do much damage, though? Can get a rifle away, not bad. But Fnatic quite clinical normally on approach, not going to be making too much of a mess. Let's see if KC can make any naughtiness happen. That paint shell could be a problem. They made it away, but all that information is there. Tomati going to find one. Let's see if any more mayhem can be made.
I think even just a single kill here do so much, and Tomazi's found another. They're making it costly. Luckily, Durka's there, but Narrate's found another somehow, and a gun.
He's got a bit of time to play with, not many bullets this time around, though, and it is the deadly duo themselves, Leo and Durka. Not who you'd want to be facing in this. Normally ice cold, yeah. Paint shell, gonna ward him off that. Has to respect it. 4 bullets down to 1. And time is his biggest enemy currently. Yeah, done for. Fnatic, steady the ship, but it got a little dangerous there.
Yeah, that wasn't even a round where you saved a couple either. That was 1 Marshall and 4 rifles. So that's really costly for them. We're now going to see whether or not they just purchase into it, which they may do because it's Fnatic. They might be feeling a bit cocky coming up against an underdog team, but not a bad round whatsoever. Earning up to some of those ultimates for maybe a round or so time. And on the side of Fnatic, okay, Durka's getting kind of close, but they haven't really farmed up many orbs at all.
No, it's not been all the ticks in the boxes for Fnatic. They'll be happy enough. You've got 2 rounds. You're not going to sit there and be upset by any means. But if you're talking about the flawless game, it's not been that just yet. KC probably quite happy about that last round, but this is the one that means it, right? That is Durka now pushed back down quite some way. 9 HP walking away from that.
See, I love this spot, not only for the spams, but if you have the snake bites available, you can place them at the door, and if anybody runs through there, they're getting absolutely shredded. It really isolates the angles that can be taken. Also quite an early rotation. 4 players on this side of the map already.
And it's a lot of faith in Shin, though, because he's on his own. He was isolated and further ahead. That's a really dangerous position to be in, maybe feeling he was up to the task, but I mean, yes, Fnatic have taken bits of damage, but they have a completely free sight, and they are drifting that way again.
Yeah, I almost wonder if at this point, it seems early in the round, but if KC would just have to decide, okay, we didn't get a kill, we didn't find any damage. If they go towards the C site, we save. And the funny thing is, it's unconfirmed damage.
Exactly
they've done so much, like probably about 200, 250 damage across the board, but it's irrelevant because they don't know yet.
Exactly. And Fnatic going to be cautious, obviously, considering they do have the walking wounded on their side, but should be able to make that C site theirs pretty comfortably, but still going to go through the execution, taking no corner unchecked. And I want to see how far KC commit to this. I doubt they're going to push too far now. I doubt. Aren't going to come in. They'll need a quick kill if they do fancy trying to get anywhere near close. So they're trying to at least pressure a little bit here, and it does look like a bit of a goer, yeah, but look at that one way. That's horrific. There's no getting past Boaster there. You have to bide the time or do that, apparently. Narrate, hold on. KC finding 2 quick kills. That opens up a chance, but now dealing with the plant and dealing with the players are 2 different things. Chronicle's still alive, but the only one still alive is Fawn. KC, run back that site. Well, I didn't think they were even going to go for it.
No, absolutely no shot at that point of the round, because as I said, like, we look at it from our perspective, you see those players low HP and you go, okay, well, maybe they give it a go, but at the same time, all of that was wall bangs.
They had no idea on Durka, right? They had no idea on half of these kills. Maybe they got a little bit from, I think it was maybe Alpha's fight up against Shin, but barely. Yeah. Barely. That's
I
still
don't
a gamble.
think Alpha would have given him much.
No.
Probably popped his head within a second, so yeah, a bit of a gamble, a bit of a risk, but also just that sheer KC confidence. I think that's been one of the hugest factors of them being successful is when they take a risk, they all commit to it.
Oh yeah, they fight as one. It's quite impressive to watch, and it's shattered a little bit of the money here for Fnatic. So let's see if now KC can build, right? It's first step done. Can they continue this trajectory though? Already getting confident enough to take the challenge over by Rubble. Boaster, he's only got a classic, but maybe going to get the chance to use it. Not what he wanted there, no. KC holding the line very diligently. That is lovely for them. A clean round is exactly what the doctor would have ordered.
Yeah, just demolishing them on the entry. You could even see Durka investing into an Outlaw as well. An attempt to try and do some damage will leave him a little bit low on economy, and it will be retrieved by Alpha. But these spams coming through have just caused havoc. Like we talk about Fnatic and their Odin play. They love to throw, or have loved to throw that weapon in the past.
Yeah.
Tomazi doesn't care. He just doesn't care.
I mean, they are non-believers, right? If you want to look at it that way. If they keep this confidence up, if they can keep this round clean, you know, don't allow Alpha any wiggle room, don't let him get a little bit naughty, do some damage. If they can keep this up, there is a window. It's a very small window of chance. And that's when the question of, and again, this is very early for me to discuss this, so Fnatic fans, relax, don't worry. It is just, you know, the kind of discussion point of, we don't know how well they test under pressure yet, because they haven't been pressured. There has been no test sample, really. Yeah, their game that they played, the one game they pretty much played up against Vitality wasn't the cleanest, but it was fine. Job done, you're not too fussed. This is a different ordeal altogether. This is Madrid on the line. This is a big, big deal. So we'll see how it fares for them.
Talk about the goals of Fnatic. Like we've heard it from the horse's mouth after the Andalucia Flawless. They literally said they want to win all the trophies this year. Like that is the goal. The goal isn't just, oh, we want to try and get one, we want to try and get two. You've taken a roster from last year, kept it exactly the same, a star-studded team that was built in the past.
Yeah.
Everybody else has made some sort of change. And now you're coming back in with the same. You've had plenty of time to prepare. New coach, kept your old coach as assistant, so he's still pitching in ideas. So there aren't really any excuses for Fnatic coming into this tournament other than, oh, they're a little bit rusty.
Yeah, and that doesn't cut it at this point. Let's see. Again, it's just that spam allows so much more freedom over by Rebel, right? They can take so much of that space away. But the pendulum swing then puts a lot of pressure on the rest of the map, right? That's just how it goes. That's just Valorant 101. But Magnum does need to be very careful to not overextend. He's going to feel that first bit of pressure, right? That's a very deep, committed bit of utility. Does he call for rotations? Yes. Already Narrate's on the way. Narrate's got his ult here, so this could be a nice way to slow the roll. If they're feeling that pressure, they know Durka's ult is there, and they're going to be already hitting that side.
Yeah, I think the thing for KC, though, is they've been very, very happy to play retake. We saw it already in a 4v5, and with Nightfall online, I don't blame them for it. A single kill for Tamazi will get the Viper's Pit online as well, which could be used to section off their C site, and they do very well to sort of get that chip damage in early.
Durka.
Chronicle already low.
Yeah, but look at Durka trying to just battle for this space. If Narrate goes down here, that is an issue. Oh my god, he's just run him down! That's ridiculous from Narrate. Sheer disrespect. Pops the ult off the back. It's game on, it's go time. They are pressuring Fnatic here. They want in their faces. Deep smoke gonna come through. Force Fnatic to just stand back, stand further away. Clearing through the utility, clearing through the side. They don't know when that spike's being tapped. They've had to invest this utility early now.
Paranoia through, it's going to leave a couple close. Looking to try and do some damage on their way back in, but now that defusal finally begins.
The switch up of both of them being there is huge. A TP over! Martin is ridiculous! KC, they're the real deal. They are absolutely the real deal. That was unbelievable. Narrate, I don't know what that man is doing, but it's working real good. The fact that he just
He took zero damage, by the way. Like, 0 damage. He just walked straight through. I clearly felt confident in his own ability, and wow.
Nice, let's go.
I don't know how they get away with as much as they did, but Fnatic have got to be feeling the burn a little bit, because again, it wasn't like they invested nothing. That was a showstopper. They actually threw their own Nightfall in as well while that retake was going on, and they basically got nothing for it. Now they sit with Durka, okay, having a hero rifle to try and play with, but other than that, empty pockets.
Yeah, if there's anyone you want on that rifle, you know, Durka's a name up there for me. But still, this is...
Those Alpha and Chronicle.
No. Leo, I put up there. Alpha's fantastic, but again, when I think of Durka, everyone does kind of talk about his capabilities, right? And you look at some of the other superstars out there, maybe his name doesn't shine as bright. He looks like a system player. Ooh, that's interesting. But the way he can create impactful kills is almost like no other, and I'll hear no bad words about Durka, but let's see if the proof's in the pudding here. KC already know, no one's gotten that close yet. 2 of them nearby. Shin could potentially play in Martin again. Waiting for it, he's gonna hear all this. Boaster is in, he's very close by, and Martin sends him out of there. Evaporates Boaster, but again, the rifle still stays. Oh, look at this wrap though, the timing on this one.
They're completely trapped. They're boxed in.
They have nowhere to go. Tomasi could just mince them down, murder them here. This is rough, and there's the wrap. There's the flank. It's not pretty in the end. That's a rifle, but it doesn't matter. Across the line again, KC. They're turning up here. This is 4-2. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see an early timeout from Fnatic just to keep them in line. You do not want this roster getting nervous.
Yeah, I think more so on the KC side, you also don't want them building momentum.
True.
Like, you look at them versus Heretics, they got bodied. When they were shut down early, they were shut out of the game.
Yes.
When they were able to get things rolling like this, what they beat like Giant, for example, 13-4 on this map. So you have to be careful not to allow these young players to get out of control. And with a 4-round streak and retakes they probably shouldn't be winning, I think that's where you call a pause.
Because you're starting to see some of those heavy hitters warming up, right? You're seeing Martin looking real nice with it. We haven't even, like, Narrate looked good, okay? A couple of rounds, really nice impact. But again, he's not the one lighting up the kill feed, but you know he's waiting, right? That is just, that is scary to me. Now I look on the other side, again, it feels like KC have come, one, prepared. They look very prepared for this. They look very robust in what they're doing. Maybe not in a counter strat way, but just even those retakes are so well drilled. The way they're moving around the map is just exceptional.
They played 38 rounds of this versus Foot. Just versus Foot. Like, not even including the other matches that they played on this map. So I feel like you've given Eng more data than he could ever need on what they need to be doing, what they need to be fixing. And that's what we always talk about with him as a coach. He went away for a while, came back to EMEA, but he came back a legend already. Like, we know what this man can do. You get to a Champions Final and win a Masters, you're quite at the top of the tree.
Top priority pick these days, it feels like, considering the impact you can have from the back of a coach. But speaking of coaching, this is time now to see Fnatic's changes. There was very few in the roster, there was none, but it was behind the scenes. This is the first time we're starting to see Fnatic again tested here. Maybe going to take some of that momentum away from KC. Well, I say that, you can already see what Martin's up to. He's off and about. And they haven't seen this look before, maybe feeling a little bit of something switching up here. But you think about the protocols that KC have already set. There's always going to be that aggression over towards Rubble. They've been challenging that. There's the spam going to be coming out. They haven't seen this yet. So does this check?
This is the Horn. They should clear this and the back box, so he has to be careful. Yep, he's going to get pinged immediately.
Paranoia. They're trying to keep him alive here. They're trying to play for him. Narrate's going to come out and actually brawl with him. He can't make it out of there, though. A nice attempt, but it is an opportunity. Martin down. That is a step in the right direction. Do Fnatic follow that, or do they adjust?
The thing is, with a lockdown and a Viper's Pit, they don't even really need to.
Yeah.
If they get towards either of these sites, they can take it and lock their opponents out. Tomazi's still a slightly more risky angle, because he can be insta-killed from that point, so he may just go back to the classic. And actually, Viper's Pit to just shut them out of tree. Interesting.
It's still got utility there, so that I don't mind it. It plays in Magnum's kit a little more.
30 seconds
and
left.
you can see them bolstering the numbers by B. This isn't a bad response yet. Narrate, can you slow it though? Durka good for one, but the trade's there for Magnum. He is on the site and he is ready for this one. Paranoia's not going to land, but there's the overwhelm. 2 swing on the corner and they've done well here. Shin's position could be something, but now losing out to Mati, it kind of removes it from the equation. They will be considering this at some point now. So Fnatic answering back very nicely. I mean, off the back a little bit of that attempt of aggression, but I don't mind that KC tried it.
No, I think, again, if you look at the ultimates that were there for Fnatic, if you allow them to get outside C, put lockdown, and then Viper's Pit, like, you're really gambling on a fantastic post-plant for your team on the retake. So I don't mind the idea. Fnatic, though, are diligent. And that's always the thing with this team, is even if you manage to take mound control or rubble control, they have the utility. That's why they play that fade, because Leo is so good at just having these little ratty angles where you're not going to spot that Haunt or that Prowler or whatever utility he throws.
He is exceptional in his work, and again, it's the thing about Leo is that it doesn't always transfer through to that scoreboard, right? He can be a scoreboard player, don't get me wrong. Like
I've seen him 1v5 with the Sheriff. He definitely can.
Yeah, absolutely can. But it's like some of that work behind the scenes that doesn't necessarily show constantly is what makes him that step apart. Now, it's a little bit of a touching of base here almost for KC. Brought back to heal. But if that start didn't go the way it did, who knows how that could have ended up going. But again, we're not going to see sloppy rounds from Fnatic, I think. I don't think we're going to see that. So again, that sort of cheeky play, I don't mind it, but you've got to be able to step beyond it. And I'm seeing a stack up from KC here.
Placing sentry.
In a spot where I still have plenty to play with. I think just clearly wanting to deny that C control, but again, it's that same Haunt. They're ready for it this time, though. That corner being cleared already for Boaster. And actually, they're just going to fall back. That's probably just off the amount of utility they've just seen sent their way.
Yeah, how quickly can KC mirror these steps almost? Trying to hit that rotate just right. Massey's got to be so careful to not get caught out here. If he can buy time, that would be ideal, but still, it's a lot to ask. Yeah, you can see the pressure. He's in a bit of trouble here. Players pouring through by trees. Lost that position, gonna have to play from the back of sight. He does have support and a nice little bit of stall. Gonna isolate Durka, but again, do you want a 1v1 against Durka? I don't know, but he's gonna take the site, clear it for the Fnatic side. The spike is still not gonna follow just yet. There is still stall here.
Yeah, both teams with a lockdown could be one of the more interesting pieces, but with no plant, there hasn't really been anything just yet for KC to execute off.
No, they're going to hear this go down. There's the first lockdown being considered by Magnum. Yeah, going to go for the deeper side of it and counter lockdown. There it is. Durka, beautiful. That's what the position was there for, but he actually falls to Shin. By the time, they can't really deny this lockdown that's still ticking for Fnatic, but it looks like they're gonna try. Oh my god, wait, what? What is going on? They are so cocky and confident in this. That's 2 detained. This forces Boaster. He has to get involved in this one. Can he get there in time? I don't think he can do much about this one, really. Yeah, absolutely not. Fantastic attempt there, but not to be. KC playing the clock to perfection, willing to challenge, backing themselves in that fight. That was, again, another brilliant retake.
I feel like that's the sort of play that you make if you're the one with the advantage. Like, if you're the person coming into a match as the favorite, you go, they got locked down, I don't care. I'll push into it, I'll face them. The fact that they managed to take out both players and then Bosa's just like, yeah, 2 players are detained, what can he do?
What are you meant to do?
Just push versus the other 2 who aren't. Like, that's the risk that he had to take. So I love it from KC. Outside of the box plays that even the best in the world aren't ready for.
This might be a game to watch. 5-3. If you weren't paying attention before, you certainly will be now. Because the buy ain't pretty coming out from Fnatic here.
Yeah.
Well, their rifle on Alpha this time. Everyone else working with a lot less, but such unique beginnings from KC too.
They're barely ever playing C. If they are, it's just Magnum playing there alone, and he just backs off. His whole goal is just to try and delay them. They are so happy to play in the retake, and it does just seem like they're almost playing 2 attack sides. They just work well off of each other.
Yeah.
Narrate's going to have that early spot, but they already know because the utility's been destroyed on the way through.
Yeah. It is a long way to go, though, for Martin and Shin to try and get over here. Not in a particular hurry, though. So the spike's going to go down.
Spike planted.
And that ult is an issue. That is hard to clear. I'm kind of... This makes me a little nervous that KC are 1 so far away. This has to be near on pixel perfect.
Is Chronicle going to try and do it for the branding? He's only got a classic in this round. Like, it's just going to have to go for right clicks and almost play for the rest of his team. This is not a great buy from Fnatic, but with this pit, they actually have a chance.
Yeah, but here we go. This is game time. Dirk are going to be up and overing it, but it's Alpha with the rifle in the back. Going to take down Martin and remove a little bit of that frontline pressure. They've got to be able to clear this site, and Alpha still standing, gets found. Tomasi's going to drop him. Chronicle can only do so much, right? It's all on Chronicle. He can't do any more. I don't think there's any they should be fine on this one. Yeah, Diffuse is going to be there. Again, KC setting a standard on these retakes that is exceptional.
Yeah, somehow Chronicle made that close just by surviving long enough. If he's alive a few seconds longer, I think they win that. But it is just the retakes. I love the way that, firstly, I think Narrate is one of the best at just no fear pushes into positions he should never be able to get to. And he's one of the first in, takes the opening kill onto Alpha, who's hiding around the corner on the box. That means no one saw him just full sprint in. And then he also, I think, gets the last kill onto Chronicle as well, who could have lost in the entire round.
I'm a little stun locked here, right? This is a little bit, you know, we talk about the what ifs, maybes. It's very rare you see it happening like this, and it's certainly not there yet. Martin, though, already, oh my god, they are scrambling to try and get away. Decent damage, but they all still stand.
Yeah, Shin's not giving it up, though.
He's sticking around. They want this side of the map as well.
Yeah, and Thomas is re-aggressing in the meantime. They are not giving up any space. They want to fight Fnatic before they get anywhere close to the afterplants. And that's interesting because they've had amazing retakes.
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't seen this yet from Tomasi to be this far forward, right? This
with an Odin.
Yeah, I mean, it's just obscene, isn't it? Feels that may not be the right option. Going to drift back. He does have support here. They still have decent map control, even though they are a player down. AC still have all the information they need here.
So last time they managed to push him back before he was able to use his snake bites. It's one of the hardest things to push through is the snake bite over towards that tree position. If he gets this right, 2 of these players are so low. And he's going to get the timing spot on.
Yeah, he is. Trying to burst off the back of the Prowler. Everything else going to come in. Paranoia Sen. They've taken tree, yes, but again, look at the stall. Down to 25 seconds here. That spike is non-committal. It's sitting so deep. They're looking maybe for an adjust towards B, but there's 2 players waiting.
Ready again.
Yeah, this is absolutely on the money now. I don't know if they... Oh, Tomasi! This is unreal to watch. 10 seconds now. Spike still in hand. That has to go down here. 9 seconds. They're going to try and go for it. Leo just investing everything, pouring the util in, buying them some precious seconds in a 3v3. Now look at the post plant here as well. Chronicle down a little low, and the timing on the back of Tomasi walking all the way around the world should be found out, should be handled.
Yeah, that's the information.
This should be fine now. Chronicle gets the first narrate. What a time to step in, finding Chronicle, finding Leo, and another retake, another tick in the box. KC, this is, I've never seen a team so good at these sort of retakes.
Yeah, and it's also just that every read that they have on Fnatic is spot on.
Yeah.
Like, they denied their space over towards A. Okay, this was a little bit risky, but even still, it paid dividends in terms of damage. But then also just, okay, you've gone for this initial play towards A. We know that Bosa loves to have those leap back towards the B site, and they had 2 players waiting there, and they did enough damage that gives Thomasy space. That gives Narrate time to get into position. It's never easy for Fnatic because they can't get into post plants properly before their opponents are on them.
We're going to take a moment here just to remember Fnatic have 3 rounds. 3 rounds. This is also their map choice. Now, I don't think there is a bad map pool for Fnatic, so I'm not that fussed.
We've only seen this one and one other.
We don't really know. But they've broken the buy here. KC have such a firm grip on this game. Shin this time. Again, we know that they will rescind away from that C site if they feel too much pressure coming in. So don't stress it too much. But again, the fact they're winning out these retakes, yeah, you know, strategy and consideration, execute can get you the site, can get you the plant, but it's always the teamwork, the chemistry, the trading, the kind of play back through from a retake is normally the hardest part to work out. And it's blowing my mind we're seeing KC do this. So impressive. But on the other side, where do Fnatic look to try and find that little entry point anywhere? They're finding nothing.
Yeah, normally their attack is by far the better side. The only team to beat them on this map is Loud. No other team has ever been able to do it. And right now, KC are in the driver's seat on that defensive side as well.
They're predicting this B hit again. And it's right. KC have the correct read once again. Chronicle is here early though, and that's an issue until then. Magnum's got the trade out, so kind of quelling that threat. Do they quickly adjust? Dirk has got them some space, but still Magnum and Shin just fighting it out on the site. It's leaving it down to Alpha basically. Only with the Sheriff. Yes, Bulldog and Leo to try and do some damage to the back lines. But again, look at the numbers, look at the timing here. Plant gonna come down.
10
Shin
seconds
closing in here.
Spike planted.
It's a little ahead of expectation. Leo not gonna be checking that just yet, but the utility's on the site. Alpha. Gonna need something from this.
Killed my bot.
He's gonna hear them stepping closer, noting the utility now starting to dwindle down. He knows he's under the gun. A shot could be great here, and it's not gonna happen. Carmine Core, once again, stamping their authority on this matchup. Fnatic have no answers.
No, and you could see how confident they are in every single one of these fights. Magnum swinging back in, the blast backs from Martin into angles. He knows there's players in. This is unrivaled confidence currently coming out from the KC side, and it's unusual that I've seen Fnatic ever shut down in this sort of way. 4 retakes in a row as well. They have been able to get the plant down. They've been able to get into post situations. Okay, that round was a weak buy. We can forgive them for that. But every other round hasn't.
Okay.
There.
Okay, we go again. You know, 8-4-9-3 feels very different. Let's take a little easy here. KC out. Look at that. Wheeling, able. A little bit of a deeper commitment this time from Shin on the A side of the map and an adjustment on the other. Where does Fnatic decide to try and test this time?
But they have to be wary of everything. Because of the pushes that KC have been going for, it's even tentative on the other side from Alpha. You could just see him jiggling. Because there could be someone right next to him right now. He has no idea. They don't know if they're pushing up B. They've got the turret watching for that. And you can see Chronicle, he's setting up utility to try and clear rubble because they know they're going to have to fight for it.
And even with that kept in, Narrate is going to draw the attention. He knows they're around. And Shin's sitting safe still. They're drifting away. It's going to be Magnum.
Look at where this alarm bot is. It's outside of C.
Yeah.
So once they actually get anywhere near it, there's going to be a call almost immediately. There's a player there, and straight away, you see Martin on the map start to move back towards that C side.
Magnum buying some time as well. 30 seconds now. Fnatic aren't being given the luxury of timing on this one. Oh, come on! Magnum, that's gorgeous. Just takes away the tip of the spear. Dirk has been good, but not good enough to do much more, and now he can slip away. They've got the player advantage for the retake. Does Fnatic now try and fight deeper on this? That is the only option that they haven't explored, is try and get the plant. But look at the time again. 10 more seconds. They're looking for a fight towards CT. Magnum on the chopping block and he falls. It's Chronicle holding the line here. That's better. Fnatic backing themselves to take those deeper fights. But now we're down to Tomasi. Martin, Shin. Not going to happen that time for Martin. Put it in the hands of Shin and Tomasi, who are not finding the connections here. That's Fnatic finding a solution. It just took so long.
The crowd's definitely on their side, that's for sure.
Yeah.
They haven't had much to cheer about, as it's been the first 2 rounds, and other than that, it's just been blips on the radar. Everything else going in the way of KC, and you're right, the real thing there was just a bit of aggression out from Chronicle. He also uses the Viper's Pit to just lock out any sort of retake position, and that was something that I think for the most part, KC had got for free throughout the majority of the rounds. They were able to get close and then get into that brawly style. This time, Fnatic didn't allow it. It's safe to say, though, now going on to that defensive side, they kind of need a pistol.
Just a little bit. I'm seeing 2 sheriffs as it stands. I'm seeing Alpha and Chronicle both going for that. So wondering if they commit, and it looks like they are. So Fnatic, you're going to need this one.
CIS aim,
yeah, it's fair. It's fair. You know what I mean? Like, back yourself sometimes. And I feel like I'm walking into the unknown looking at KC. You know what I mean? It's I don't know quite what to expect from these guys, and I think neither do Fnatic, but what a treat to watch. And stacked towards a B site here. It's with Alpha at the floor. Oh, it's Chronicle!
What?
How many collats are we seeing today? Is that the second we've seen?
Yeah, Zipan had one earlier.
Bloody hell. Okay. KC making a quick run towards C after going, I don't think B's for us, really.
Yeah. CIS aim beats Turkish aim. That's what I've learned.
Yeah, they're willing to just brawl on this one, aren't they? Chronicle. Gonna have to respect it now. Tomasi, like a dog with a bone there. He was hunting that one down. He wasn't going to fall away from that.
Bring them down.
Can they isolate another? They're trying to. Boast has been noted. Gonna see how far back he fell, but that paranoia is good. Tomasi has to respect it, gets chip damage on the way, but they're willing to stand, they're willing to fight, but they've got to be careful here. They're being wrapped on as well. You can see it already. Durka on the way, narrates. Good, but not good enough. First step in the second half here for Fnatic, but hey, they got the pistol on the first one too.
Yeah, no, it was the buy rounds where we saw the majority of the success and those retakes from KC. I will say, like, we have seen a lot more changes in this map. Like, obviously, the updates, I think, helped out at least a little bit with the defense in terms of being able to control a little bit of extra ground and having opportunities to get back into those sites if they were to lose them.
Yep.
And you can see already the way KC were playing that pistol, they're going to do similarly to what we saw from Fnatic, playing these sort of slow-paced, patient rotations, trying to almost double back at points if they can.
Okay, it's a long road back though. Fnatic, gonna have to be taking those steps together. 5 rounds to the 8 of KC.
Where are you?
You know, that buy in the first place. Remember that damage though from that first time around? Not gonna be happening here. Fnatic just blitzing KC. Trying to re-establish some of that authority here. Remind them who they're playing against. And Shin. Last one alive with limited options.
Yeah, I think we had a very quiet first half from Durka, and this might just be his announcement into the server.
Yeah.
I don't think he really has too many quiet games, and Andaluthia flawless as well for Fnatic is going to be a huge boost in terms of the economy. I've noticed as well, like, a lot of other teams are going to go in for those, like, Vandals, Phantoms. Fnatic actually leading quite heavily into the Bulldog in some of these bonus rounds, which is not something I thought I'd be saying. Like, I know that Mitch has been crying out for an Outlaw. It hasn't happened too much. It's happened here and there, but I didn't expect to be seeing a 4 Bulldog bonus round.
I mean...
Or wanted to.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it yet. Proof's in the pudding, eh? And it looks all in from Fnatic, though, down here as well. Got to be ready for this one. Shin trying to get in the challenge here. Durka is putting himself on the line, and it's working. Takes down Martin and tries to get away. Do they lose anyone? No. Barely damage done. Look how quickly they dismantle that.
God, it's going to give at least a little bit of space to play with, but you know that at this point, Fnatic are just going to be looking to try and play that retake, maybe do a little bit of extra damage. Look at Shin already down on just 26 HP, but there is no one to be found. And the fact is, KC want to try and find someone. Want to try and even the scoreline before they get into this afterplant. They're going to play it super aggressive.
Yeah, but this post plant's really uncomfy though. Look at how little space they have. They've kind of just traded positions, right? Okay, well, KC, we're going to opt for a little bit of CT and site itself. We're not going to hold much beyond that. Tomasi's got to be careful. Find balance, almost reminds you of that first half.
He'll have the utility to delay them. That's the one major thing. It's going to be awkward, and the paranoia is missed.
Oh, but that's sharp from Tomasi with a follow-up as well. Alpha starting to warm up here as well, but time ticking. He's got to get a move on. Not going to happen. Boaster now. There's no access to this side. There's no really time to play with Narrate there. Just going to close it down. It is costly, but KC get there first in the second now.
Yeah, and the fact is that was a 5v4 retake from Fnatic. I actually just think KC adapted quite well. Like, they had those aggressive positions. I think Tomasi, he just went back to, as you said, his defense position. I'm going to put a snakebite down, but I think Boaster had a paranoia, and it just, I don't know if it missed him or if that was from someone else, but it didn't connect at all. So when they go swinging, it's Tomasi in a 1v1, and you're kind of going to rate him to win that. He's been fantastic thus far.
Yeah.
And the rate now, well, you mentioned it. He was all right in the first half. That was a big 3K.
Yeah, it was. And this time they're putting a little bit more, I guess, attention towards trying to deal with Durka's aggression, right? We've seen him testing this now
doing
time
the
and
Fnatic
time again.
strat.
Yeah.
It's literally their strat to spam through that, and Durka gets caught by it.
Yeah. So he's going to be suffering now, down on 8, going to lose a lot of that confidence that he was coming into this round with. He's been giving them early chances as well. In these first couple of rounds, he has been pivotal in that. Now he has to sit back a little bit deeper, play off the back of potentially Boaster or someone else. Cautious and carefully, KC start going forward, and that might pick up the pace a little bit. Going to note the player on the site, but the Stalker going to still be there, so they can't quite springboard forward. Got to be careful, because Chronicle could connect. Not to be just yet. Paranoia's in there. This should be the green light for the site. Does Fnatic try and get ahead of this? I doubt it. I say that. Creeping closer. No, they've respected enough of the plant, but let's see how that pressure looks when they try and come back through. Oh, I thought that spray was going to be on him then. Durka still going to do damage, even down low. Good work from Leo. Couple more steps to be taken, though. Martin and Tomasi still going to be here. This crossfire, can it hold? Boaster going to crack it open. Tomasi goes down. It's on Martin. Too many players. Too many bodies in his way. A valiant attempt, but Fnatic get the defuse.
Yeah, clearly KC feeling quite confident in their after plant scenarios, just getting themselves into that A site quite easily. But again, I feel like the main reason you see that sort of boombot go through early is just, okay, we want to clear below. That's one of the main danger positions.
Yeah.
And then from then onwards, you had the late rotation coming through from Alpha. Solid work from Leo as always. And we're starting to see, I think, just some of those Fnatic players actually come back into the game. Because that's the thing. You look at that first half, there were a lot of those superstars completely missing. Durka wasn't really there. I think Leo and Alpha uncharacteristically gone for the majority. And now that they're starting to play those retakes a little bit more, I think also they're not being surprised. Because when you're playing up against a retake, there's only so many places that your opponents can be.
Yeah, and for KC, it's timeout time. Going to pump the brakes themselves and have a check-in with the coach, as we can see. And he's got a whole lot to say here. So going to try and course correct a bit. Since starting off this second half, it has been the 3 rounds to Fnatic with the only 1 response from KC so far. And their money not going to be in a great place either. Now, KC will have that, I mean, the snowball round's not even that close by either. They haven't individually been doing enough damage to really be that rewarded from it yet. Fnatic are very close by to theirs, though. You're seeing 1 off for Durka, I think Leo 1 away. I mean, Boaster's going to have his, but it is that Omen TP, so not the most important or imperative, but still, Fnatic in touching distance of that, which is always a nice round to have in the pocket. What does KC do here? We know the pedigree of the coach, right? We know that he's got that capability, but what can you call in at this point? How do you deal with Fnatic in these scenarios? Because as we've said before, and we'll say it time and time again, it's a very short list of teams who've managed to best Fnatic, right? It is a very short list. KC add their name to it, or was it just a good half?
Yeah, this map in particular. It's been nigh on unstoppable, and it looks like they're just going to go all in on this A-site control. Doug, that's surprising considering what sort of round this is. You're going to know your opponent's economy is a little bit low. Maybe thought the Chronicle would be able to back him up, but what has gone from 1 Guardian now becomes a rifle for Tomasi as well.
That's pretty nice. I don't like the aggression in these rounds, if I'm honest. Again, the fact that it's not necessarily untradeable, but incredibly hard to trade, and then once that rifle's gone, it's gone. So it looks like Fnatic going to try and get proactive elsewhere at the same time.
With Chronicle playing Tree, unless he killed him through a wall, it was untradeable. Yeah. Like you needed quite a lot to really get anything from that. So a bit of a gamble that hasn't really paid off, and has basically fast track delivered a gun over to your opponents.
The narrator's trying to sell him on this C take.
Bring them down.
Now, Alpha will stick around and see that this is just narrate here. It's only been that fade utility, so he's not going to probably fall too much for this.
They're going the other way. Like you can see the rotation already coming through from Leo in the direction of his teammates.
Yeah.
So that fake didn't really sell anyone at all.
Okay, but hold on. Yeah, it tees up the trade though. They'll put their bodies on the line here. Oh, come on, Chronicle. Shin tries to make it away, and that's the rifle now still just in the hands of Tomasi here. He's got Magnum with him. Can they isolate him? Oh my good God, Chronicle has no idea how close he is and how close they are. He lost sight of it for a second, and now they've got to plant a 2v2. 10 seconds, a tap on the spike. They didn't even commit to this. They're trying to draw him out, draw him in. A Boaster, he's going to find Magnum. Oh, Tomasi, time, 3 seconds. Oh, Tomasi, that's obscene. He just toyed with Boaster and won. He's in his head rent-free after that.
I can't believe it.
That is filthy.
You've just taken one of the best IGLs we have, an 18-year-old kid, and he's just made him look a fool. There wasn't even enough time to plant. Boaster was going purely off the fact, okay, he has to stick this. It would be illogical to do anything else.
Oh, that is...
But that's what this team does. That's how they play with them.
Yeah, he knows what he's done. Look at him. Look at him. He knows it too. Oh man, that's a confidence boost as well, and that's a crushing round for Fnatic. That was one rifle being lost at a very bad time. Lovely work in unison for KC to isolate more fights there. They didn't fall for the fake, but they fell for everything else. This is double digits for KC now. Fnatic have that snowball round near on in hand. Yeah, their lockdown's not quite there, but still they have everything else. Purchase not perfect either. Chronicle lacking. Durka not ideal, so they're going to try and make it work with those ults to bolster what's lacking financially.
And in the first half, that didn't work. A lot of their ults didn't really have the impact that Fnatic desired them to have. Looking like KC might be on that all-in. Bear in mind, a Viper's Pit might be enough for them to secure it. The util's fantastic.
I mean, that's still exceptional. They're standing. How is Chronicle and Alpha alive? That is beautiful from them to stem the bleeding. Tomasi. Well, you ain't running away from that one. There's your answer, Fnatic. Having enough of the fun from KC. It's Magnum and Narrate. I mean, this would be a story and a half if Narrate can do this. You've been good. Let's see how good
30
you are.
30 seconds left.
1v5. He's got the spike. 25 seconds.
Surrounded. They know exactly where he
right.
is. And
That's an
Andalusia
answer.
flawless as well.
That's your answer. Whew. This is going to be a game, isn't it? That's a nice way to kind of correct some of the issues as well. Just an instant response.
Just watching Martin just fly through the air. I think it's worth mentioning as well, like, you have to bear in mind where some of these players come from. Tomasi, 20 and 11, was playing for Saw last year in the Portuguese league.
Yeah.
They managed to get to Ascension. They did all right. They did quite well for the team that they had. He's come in here. He switched roles from a duelist and is now top of the board on Viper.
On this for us, I was getting nervous when I'm seeing Durka get a little too close again, or is it Boaster? Come on, boys. They've got classics and ghosts. Let's just chill a little bit. They don't need a rifle.
It's interesting that Martin has both the rifle and his ult.
Yeah.
You almost feel like it might be a better idea to give it to Narrate, let him try and, if it gets to a point where that showstopper could work out.
Oh, that's a bit of magic from the man there, but that's a rifle. Now we've got two, Martin and Narrate. Martin's gone down, that's good from Leo there. You'll take it when you get it.
The Phantom Warband.
I know, it's just obscene, isn't it? No spike yet. Trying to go for that rifle. They're just, oh man, this guy's clean. Okay. Still no spike here. Keep going. Ooh, Alpha, you're lucky. You're a lucky boy. They've got the spike and they're running. Okay. He's given them a little bit of safety at B, right? He's warded off Alpha. They don't quite know where Leo is to an extent.
30 seconds
and they've
left.
got to know where Boaster was. So they've put together a picture, but where do they go with this? They've got to get proactive, right? They've got to find one of these three players, otherwise they're screwed.
Well, the question is, does Fnatic throw in a lockdown as well? Because they have the util to force them off the site, but it would be such a costly round for them.
Oh my god. That's Shin. Oh! That's belting from Shin. This young gun, that's a lot to do, and two very unfavorable angles to work with. Not gonna happen against young man Alpha. Still got it, still clean with it. And the fuse gonna come in. Fnatic just creeping back into the game now. 9 to 10, very close by here.
Yeah, you can see though in every single round they're making them sweat.
Oh yeah.
Like even if Fnatic turned this around, I think you have to look at this from KC's perspective and go like, there were many rounds that they could have been able to steal away.
Yep.
Just off some individual brilliance, off of Fnatic maybe looking a bit shaky in some of these and taking big risks. Like Durka gets 2 kills there, but again, it's still a scenario where they give a rifle over to the opponents in an eco round.
Yeah, that was an eco round. That's the thing, it was an eco round with a hero rifle left in it. Now, it's speaking of snowball rounds, right? Roll your minds back. Remember, we're talking about, look at what's coming online for Carmine Core here. Yes, missing the rates, but everything else is looking pretty good. Martin going to take the early space again. This is that traditional back and forth, right? We're going to see this so often. Now, we do have the lockdown for Alpha. Chronicle's got his, so some big ults still sitting in the pockets of Fnatic as well. Round changes.
They can gamble a bit more though, because Durka's got that operator over on the C side, so he can just play a passive angle, hold for the opener, and then that means that they can have 2, 3, maybe even more over on this A side. Uh-oh.
Stalled out here.
He got stuck on the door.
Yeah, not ideal. They do have the site control. Not perfect, but it's job done to an extent. It's still got them what they needed, and there's the follow-up ult as well. So this is ult to get on site, ult to secure plant. Can they then bolster around it? I'm seeing if Martin feels that timing. Does he feel the timing on this one? We're going to see the lockdown coming into boot. This is everything. The kitchen sink. Alpha has slipped down towards the side to pop one. Oh my god, he got caught. Shin's going to find Alpha. Magnum going to catch Chronicle, and now there's problems. Boaster can't get away with this. He's been caught.
No, the turret's going to get him!
Oh, okay. Tomasi gave him a way out, if anything. A mercy killing at this point. Durka and Leo, what are you going to do here? What can you do about this one? There's nothing to be done. That snowball round is deadly for a reason, and Leo gonna have to do the unthinkable. It's not gonna happen. KC invest a lot, but they get the round with 3 standing.
Yeah, and they've reacted really well because Alpha goes into the site to put that lockdown in because it's the only thing that can force Tomasi out of the pit, because that pit is so far back that it actually was disgustingly good. The problem is then Boaster tries to run in and just gets caught, and that's the changing part of the round is they were just a little bit too late destroying the lockdown. He gets detained, and the other 2 players have had to fall back in the meantime. Otherwise, they're going to lose the round completely. But KC, they fell back all the way out, kept the pit up. Tomasi was willing to take that risk, and it ends up working out for them. And that's the thing. He has been someone who we've seen gamble throughout rounds, but every single time in a way that is just successful for his team.
And I like this timeout from KC. Now, that round felt like, again, yes, it was a snowball one. It was off the back of a great deal of ults. They haven't been having that traditional success, obviously, that they had on the first half. Way scrappier. Yeah. Fnatic way better in form. So maybe just a touch base, try and give them that last communication to close out this game for themselves. Because again, Fnatic's buy isn't perfect, but they're still at the point of being very operational. It's not enough that you haven't broken them completely. So in my mind, you're looking at this, whatever this last command coming out from the coach of KC is, it better be a good one. Because they've still, those final rounds are some of the hardest, and Fnatic will fight you to the very end. There is not a moment where they go, I guess we lost. These guys are relentless, and they are good enough to claw it back from 12, let alone 11. So let's keep that in context here. This is only 3 rounds that KC have managed on this half. Fnatic have been far more in control now.
This is going to be difficult now because you've got the Viper's Pit. That's going to sort of pad the difference between that Spectre and anything else, and that will force them back into Boaster, who has an Odin. You're not going to be expecting that when the Viper's Pit is on the other side, because it's normally Chronicle using that Odin to spam through the walls. The question is, if they try and pressure through this, they do have Nightfall. That's the one sort of counter that could cause issues for Chronicle, but again, it is Chronicle. He's still been having a great game.
Yeah, I rarely doubt Chronicle. There's a couple of players that you just think solid as a rock, and he is one of them. Absolute backbone of a team at times. In case he didn't like what they saw there. Pop a little bit of utility down from Magnum to keep check. At least he did for a second. And now they're exploring the other side of the map. Opting away on the Viper's Pit. Maybe looking to add a little pressure through B late, but we can see that Durka is keeping tabs on this too. KC not feeling too much resistance yet. They've gone pretty deep, so it does make you wonder what's going to be going on here. And that's what, Boaster, you got to do well here. This is a lot of pressure coming your way. Leo isn't quite connected until he dips back further. No, Tomasi outdoes him. And now that's that site open. Leo sat towards CT, can't do much to dissuade this now.
Yeah, the whole play was around Boaster getting something. They don't have any ults even remotely close to being online, and this retake, it doesn't look like a great spot, but at the same time, look how far down they are in the score. They kind of have to do something.
There we go. They're making a go of it. Martin could not care less. Gorgeous connection. I'm pulling the plug on this round. They're still testing the World Tier Chronicle. Alpha! Oh, this guy! Absolute animal! I just don't know what to make of some of these players. KC up to 12. Look, we said it at the start, any given Sunday, there's something in the air. You know, we've already had one upset today, right? You know, you could call the first game an upset. Maybe that's 60-40%, maybe even 70-30 if you're going really far. But for KC to beat Fnatic here...
So they've gambled an ult, they spent everything they have, and it's an Andalusia flawless for them to get to 12. Like, this is not a team scraping by. I think that's been the most exciting thing. Well, there you go.
This means the world to them. This is, you know, it's not the ticket yet to Madrid, but it's getting you, you know, you can see the plane, you can see Spain not that far away. You're getting close. He's doing it against Fnatic. The audacity almost to do it. And again, they test, they tempt, but it's Alpha. Is this where it stops? It's Chronicle by his side. Big boys there having none of what KC are trying to sell today. Down to Tomasi and Shin. This is a brutal round to try and convert Alpha.
Spike planted.
Connects in the end, even just Shin. Not looking likely, but a great shot to start. And Boaster's there, safe pair of hands in the end. Fnatic answer back, it's 10. Not going down without a fight here.
No, never. Like, that's the thing that KC have to realize is they can have a pause, they can give a moment to their coach to talk them through, come up with a plan, come up with an idea, but the second this comes close, the second there's an opportunity, that's when Fnatic strike. And for now, not going to do too much damage to the economy. Like, that's the main thing. The worry, though, is that KC are very far away from having the majority of ults. Okay, from the shadows, not a great deal. Showstopper a couple away. Everything else, probably not going to be coming up. And on the other side of things, Showstopper's close. Again, similarly, the ults aren't there. But that was where Fnatic were really thriving in a lot of these rounds.
Go again. I'm nervous. I'm watching this like I'm a viewer, but careful now. That spike's in hand, and look at Boaster's position. They haven't seen this yet, but Shin goes down near him without a fight. Leo isolates him, not letting that... They had no idea they crept up. Boaster hadn't called it back, so still, this is a messy round, and that's a problem. Tomasi keeps them with at least a touch of a player-to-player number that's in check. It's 3-3 on both sides. They've got the spike back. They've got a potential towards the A site. Leo, the backbone at times. The Iceman himself, pressured, always going to be good for one, but he needed a little more here. 2v2 here. Chronicle, still shoulder check. Tomasi creeping closer. Perfect work in unison from KC and Alpha. The Wonder Kid himself. Can he keep Fnatic in this map? Or is truly the unthinkable happening here on map 1? 1v2. Time. The backing track to Alpha's chance. Spike ticking away. He slipped ahead of that. Not going to be revealed. You can see the util though. Does he get a touch on this? He does. With the swing, the look, he takes down one, he dips away. This could be a masterclass, and it's not from Alpha. It's KC going against the odds on map 1. Tom, I can't believe what we have just witnessed.
No, Tomasi again. Like, he has been an unbelievable force. 26-13 in his first matchup ever versus Fnatic. His first map, as said, teams don't beat them here. They don't beat them on Lotus. They've just won Fnatic's map pick and now get to go into their own choice, which is Split, where they have one of the spiciest comps we've seen.
And keep in mind, this is for Madrid. This is the game that matters. Don't go anywhere.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. I, Caballo Grande. I, Lord Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got the baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes.
For me, personal, I really want to play against Loud and Fnatic, both teams. First, because I really respect Loud as a team, and I have like a lot of respect for Sadak. And yeah, Fnatic because yeah, it's Fnatic. I really respect Bolster too, and yeah, it's like the kings of Europe. So yeah, I want to like play against them.
Oh, the Kings. They could be dethroned today if Tommazi keeps up that performance from map 1. Here he is in the AIM Labs warm-up. And my God, those shots were on target. I'm back here with Kakuka and Lothar. It's going to be a day of upsets. We could potentially see back-to-back upsets. Someone somewhere out there is manifesting this.
Hear me out. If somebody had all of this in their predictions, like the week that we've had, and especially this playoffs, please send me a DM or, I don't know, buy some lottery tickets.
Yeah.
Maybe he was just doing random stuff, you know, and it's like, oh, I got it, you know?
No,
but absolutely incredible performance from KC. Not only they lost 2 pistol rounds and didn't get any anti-eco, so they lost essentially 0-4, the most important rounds of the map. They still won 13-10. Not only that, we have seen them how they well played together. Like Tomashi dropped 2 4Ks, 26 kills. We have seen Raze also pop off with 1 more 4K, so that's 3 4Ks in 3 rounds.
Yeah, we got to talk about those retakes because they built themselves up such a nice lead to go into the second half, and all of this was just on point, beautiful.
Yeah, exactly, because we saw 2 faces of KC in the same time span of the round. Like at the beginning, even though they were defending, they would be more aggressive, they would try and push Fnatic to not be comfortable, and then at the same time we would see retakes that were perfectly orchestrated, where everything was falling onto place. They were peaking at the right time all together, and honestly putting Fnatic in a very, very complicated position.
Look, from the last times I was playing, watching KC, every time they were doing retakes, every time they were moving as a unit, I was always just saying to myself, nice. You know, it's just enjoyable to watch because you see the spacing being correct, you see how players are trading each other, and you see that there's just no spot where it's not looking nice. And that's something that Fnatic had been really struggling with. When the opponents are moving as a unit, they cannot really play the numbers advantage, they're failing. And that is a big reason why KC was able to even perform in this entire tournament.
And just look at this head-to-head that we're seeing right here, Martin versus Durka. Now, usually we see Durka having the upper hand, being the duelist, probably the most consistent in the world before this. Exactly, he was just a consistent demon. But what is going on? Maybe we haven't seen enough of him so far because this is just the 3rd map, but definitely he was very uncomfortable. He is being caught off guard in many situations, and I feel like, you know, not finding the kills with the ultimate, as I said, being found in those positions, I think that it probably is affecting him mentally, you know, that he's not being able to perform.
Yeah, but what a start for Martin as well.
Yes.
This guy, he was doing well in tier 2, but the fact that he could do this against Fnatic is basically showing us how why these teams are winning the region that we are. But moving on to the next map as we look at Agent Select, what are we expecting from Split?
I mean, I was expecting maybe some kind of change within Fnatic. We know that you can still play this composition, obviously, but you know, I was expecting something more cheeky, maybe a little bit more away from that Sky, maybe more into the double controller or changing the duelist, maybe something along those lines. What do you think, Lothar?
Well, I feel like that Sky was actually costing a lot of teams in the previous matches the maps, because you running out